What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday. A TGIFF. Thank gosh it's a football Friday coming at you. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online, sportstalk1051.com. You got the app, download it on the go. The Wisco Sports app as well. The YouTube video stream is also up and rolling here this morning. You got your Alexa devices, multiple ways for you to be joining us here this morning. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? What's on the game plan? It's Packers, it's Bears, it's preview time. It's time to break this thing down, to preview it. What are your keys to victory? What are your key matchups in this game? Who are the players that gotta have a game for you? And your predictions. And heck, if you got a bold prediction, why not? Send it on over too. If you got a bold prediction, send those on over. But how do you see this one playing out? Who do you got? I mean, the week has already began last night with a crazy game last night with the Seahawks taking down the Rams. And right now, the Seahawks are in position to potentially get the 1 seed. So, and win the NFC West. Crazy season continues so far. So, but we'll talk plenty of green and gold here this morning. We've got game designations for this matchup between both the Packers and the Bears. The Bears ruling out Luther Burden III, the wide receiver. Rome Odunze also ruled out of this game. The only ones ruled out for the Packers, Marshawn Lloyd, no surprise, and Josh Wiley, the tight end who had the concussion, and John Williams, the rookie who was just opened up his practice day window. So, but you've got Christian Watson is questionable. He did practice again yesterday. You've got Evan Williams as questionable. He did not practice. Dontavian Wicks questionable. You've got Josh Jacobs questionable. He did not practice. Zach Tom questionable. He did not practice as well. So, along with Darian Kennard, which may be kind of something to watch here if he is going to be playing right tackle and such. So, and a few others listed up on here as well. Kingsley Enagbare did not practice yesterday, but he was listed as an illness. So, but we'll got to wait and see, I guess. You know, maybe today, too, we'll get a little bit of an idea of potentially who's not going to be able to go, you know, based off of if Green Bay elevates anybody off the practice squad. It kind of gives you a little bit of an idea. Not always, because remember last week, too, the Packers did elevate a running back off their practice squad. Strong was activated. It's like, okay, maybe that means, you know, Josh Jacobs isn't going to play. Emmanuel Wilson was dealing with an illness. But lo and behold, Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson both played. So doesn't always tell us, but it kind of gives a little bit of an idea potentially on where things are trending. So for what it's worth, the Packers do have a couple of safeties. Jonathan Baldwin, Jalen Simpson, which is kind of a safety / corner on their roster. So let me bring up the other practice squad members here just to maybe kind of get an idea of who could potentially be called up here for the Packs. So yeah, you got Jonathan Baldwin, you got Bartholomew as a corner. Jalen Simpson on there, too. If you're looking at maybe offensive linemen, you got Smith, the guard center. You've got Brant Banks, Dalton Cooper, a couple of tackles on there. Drake Dabney, tight end. Castles, tight end. So, again, why I'm bringing this up, possibly get a little bit of an idea where things are going with some of these questionable players if the Packers do decide to activate any of these practice squad players for the game tomorrow, and I believe it'll have to be today when they do it, or maybe they could do it tomorrow morning. I'm not quite sure with the Saturday game on the rules there. So, but plenty of football talk here this morning as we get set for a weekend full of some really good matchups. And if they're anything like what we saw last night, we're in for a treat this weekend. Bucks also got back at it last night and back at losing again last night, falling to the Toronto Raptors. But Giannis spoke with the media beforehand, talked a little bit about, his rehab with his injury and such, and also talked about the trade rumors. And again, says, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, says a lot of nothing. Doesn't go one way or the other. Right down the middle. And he was asked, before he got hurt, there was a report about you and your agent talking to the Bucks about your future and whether or not you wanted to be here or not. What did you make of that report? Giannis responded by saying, I didn't hear about the report. Again, if my agent is talking to the Bucks about it, he is his own person. He can have any conversation he wants about it. At the end of the day, I don't work for my agent. My agent works for me. And there's going to be conversations that are going to be made between him and the Bucks and him and his other players and him and the other teams and other GMs, executives around the league. It's something that you can't control. But at the end of the day, I personally have not had conversations with the Bucks. I'm still locked in on my teammates. Okay. Again, I'm sorry, Giannis, but again, I love you, but the thing is, your line here where you said if my agent is talking to the Bucks about it, he is his own person. But then you follow it up by saying, I don't work for my agent, he works for me. Dude, if he works for you, you should know about if your agent is talking to the Bucks, for crying out loud. I mean, if he's trying to play this off, it's not doing a very good job. Okay? I think we're all kind of stupid in this aspect. And the more these kind of quotes and this kind of stuff is thrown out there, the more I feel like Giannis does want out. And the more I feel like that Giannis is, in fact, trying to push his hand and trying to get out of here. I don't know, but like when I saw that yesterday and I'm listening and I'm watching and then following it up by reading that, I'm just like, what? A whole lot of nothing. I mean, it boggles my mind reading this part. If my agent is talking to the Bucks about it, he is his own person. He can have any conversation he wants about it. But then you go and say, at the end of the day, I don't work for my agent. He works for me. Dude, bingo. Your agent works for you. You should know if he's having conversations with the Bucks. So, I don't know. It's just, it's frustrating, confusing, annoying, all the above right now. So we'll throw a little Bucks chat, but again, they fell last night to the Raptors, and that's with three players three players with over 20 points, at least 20 points in the game. That was Miles Turner. That was, Bobby Portis coming off the bench and helping out the cause last night too. It was Kevin Porter Jr., excuse me. So Ryan Rollins also 17 points off the bench. I'll be honest, I don't quite get the rotations that are coming down this way either. Splitting up Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr., which I get you want maybe a little bench production off that, but man, those might be your two best, most consistent players right now at this point in time. So I personally think Doc is lost. I think now he's just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. He's throwing some spaghetti on the wall and seeing if those noodles stick. I don't think he has a good grasp of the rotation of what's going to work. And it's just, Miles Turner, Jericho Sims, Gary Trent Jr., Kevin Porter Jr., and AJ Green was your starting lineup last night. Well, okay. it felt weird, and it felt like he just doesn't have a really good grasp of this team at this point in time. So, Badger volleyball, heartbreaking loss last night, 5 sets to Kentucky. Badgers had the lead going into the to the 4th set, and then falling a heartbreaker into the 5th set. So, nonetheless, still a memorable, fantastic season for Badger volleyball. Another Final Four appearance for Badger volleyball, but definitely a heartbreaking loss for the squad last night. So, we've got speaking of the Badgers, they're going to be taking on Villanova tonight. Badger basketball, men's basketball is going to be taking on Villanova tonight at 7 p.m. We've got college football playoffs too, or college football games and such getting underway. So we'll maybe hit up some of those and talk about some of those matchups and such. I know we already made our picks for that, but we'll kind of preview that and take a look at some of the games coming up here this weekend. It is a local sports roundup day, so brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Our guy Brandon Berg will be joining us. We'll hit up a local sports roundup. Also, inside the training room, coming up just past 7 o'clock, so a little bit under an hour from now, Dr. Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, will be joining us for our local sports roundup. Definitely will be hitting up some more of these Packers injuries and getting his thoughts on maybe a good guess on who could play and who will give it a go. I definitely want to ask him about Christian Watson. Is there a chance he could hurt himself worse? And he, I don't know if he would wear like one of those Kevlar vests that sometimes guys wear if they're dealing with a rib injury and such. So we'll chat with Dr. Crow about that. We've got the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll hit that up probably in the 8 o'clock hour, along with the Mike's Star Market Cream of the Crop. So that's your game plan this morning, and you know the drill, whatever conversation or wherever the conversation leads us as well. So let's pitter-patter, let's get at her, shall we? Let's talk some Packers versus Bears. Vibe check, Packers fans. How you feeling about the game tomorrow night? Tomorrow night. Not Sunday. Not Monday. Saturday Night Football. How you feeling? What's your keys to victory? What's your predictions? Some bold predictions. Your players who got to have a game. What do you got? Hit me up. All right, let's take that first break, and we'll get rocking and rolling here this morning on the leadoff coming up after these quick words. Best holiday ever is here. We've still got opportunities to win some tickets to events, gift cards, all that fun stuff. Just head to aroundthe715.com for your chance to enter. And also listen to some Christmas music and such over there. Don't forget, coming up tomorrow as well, we've got the Merry Market and Holiday Fair going on at the Brewing Project from noon to 6 p.m. But big thanks to our best holiday ever partners, Window World of Chippewa Valley, Green Oasis Gardens, the District Pub and Grill, Savita, Northwestern Bank, EC Moving and Storage, SC Swiderski, TF Exteriors, and Nicolay Bank. And speaking of the holidays, don't forget too, with Santa coming to town, we've got that Santa tracker up at our website at sportstalk1051.com. Countdown is on, but if you want to maybe have to chat a little bit with Santa or Mrs. Claus, you could do that over there too. Coloring sheets for the kiddos, that's also available up there too. So big thanks to Eau Claire Event District and American Drone for bringing that to everybody. Again, that's the Santa tracker up at our website, sportstalk1051.com. All right. Shall we do this? Let's break it down. It feels like it was just yesterday, doesn't it? Packers, Bears, round 2, Saturday nights. And we're at the same spot as we were a couple weeks ago, where the Bears are leading the division, and they're the 2 seed right now in the NFC playoffs, and the Packers would be the 7th seed. So we're in the same exact spot that we were before. Obviously, there's been some differences. There's going to be no Micah Parsons in this game and such, and that's going to – Packers are banged up, but the Bears are banged up a little bit too, especially from wide receiver with no Rome Odunze and Luther Burden III, the rookie wide receiver. So let's break this thing down. Normally when we do this, we look at, okay, where each of these teams kind of rank across the league defensively, offensively, and such. Since we just went through this, I don't think that's necessary. We know each other's team, and we just saw it. It'll be less than 2 weeks. So I don't feel like there's a need to kind of rehash all that. So I just want to jump right into it. What I think, in my mind, are the biggest keys to victory, key matchups, and players who got to have a game and stuff like that. I'm going to start with this. So you look at it from the Bears side of things. Rome Odunze, Luther Burden's out. They still got DJ Moore over there. But that is a hit to the wide receiver depth. They still got tight ends, right? I mean, they're there. Cole Kmet said yesterday he is going to play in this game, even though he's listed as a questionable player on there. So a little bit of a benefit, if you will, for the Packers secondary, maybe not have to worry about Rome Odunze and Luther Burden, and especially Keyshawn there. If you remember what happened a couple weeks ago between him and Luther Burden. But I digress. I think one of the biggest key matchups in this one, and we're all going to look at, obviously, the Bears running the football and running it up the middle. We know this. Green Bay knows this. Chicago knows Green Bay knows this. They're going to run, and they're going to test out this run defense, and they're going to run up the middle until Green Bay can consistently stop them. Everybody and their great-grandmas know this, okay? That Chicago's going to try to do this. And if they continue to have success with it, they're going to do it. It's like, it's very similar to Kyle Shanahan. When the 49ers would have success running the football against Green Bay, they would just turn around and run it. Run it till you stop it. Kyle Shanahan was like, hey, if I got to run it 50 times, I'll run it 50 times. I don't care. I get the sense that's what the Bears and Ben Johnson would do too. If they're going to have success running the football, they're going to keep running until they say, stop it. But the one thing that I'd be a little bit worried about too, especially with no Micah Parsons in this game, is the mobility of Caleb Williams. And we saw him in that previous game able to extend plays, get outside the pocket, make those throws on the run. And when you don't have a Micah Parsons barreling down on him, the contain of Caleb Williams is going to be crucial. And we've seen, Green Bay going up against, some mobile quarterbacks. Just Bo Nix this past week, right? With Bo Nix's ability to use his legs, not just to pick up yards, but to move and throw, make the throws on the run. And Green Bay's, kind of struggled a little bit with that. They've been getting their quarterbacks off their marks, but these younger quarterbacks, these quarterbacks that know how to use their legs, get outside, whether it's picking up those first downs or making those throws on those runs, Green Bay's defense has to do a better job of containing that and stopping that. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried about Caleb Williams being mobile in this game and gashing the Packers defense using his legs. Especially if they are going to be missing Roma Dunze, Luther Burden III, no Micah Parsons and his athletic speed going after him. I'd be a little worried. And, I go back to 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago. Lucas Van Ness's rookie year. Remember when the Packers played the Bears? I think it was actually Jordan Love's first start too. And that one play where Lucas Van Ness just, ran down Justin Fields. And we were like, oh, that's why you draft that athleticism, to bring down a running quarterback, a big running quarterback like that. That was, a play that doesn't show up in a top 10 play or stat sheets, necessarily. But it was like, ooh. And I instantly was thinking about that yesterday in terms of Green Bay is going to have to make plays like that and not allow Caleb Williams to hit the edge and pick up some big yards, or not allow him to make those throws when he hits the edge like he did a couple weeks ago, like what Bo Nix did this past week too. It is going to be, I think, incredibly crucial for this Packers defense to keep Caleb Williams in that pocket. Somehow keep him in that pocket. You want to call it a contained rush, collapse in the, around him, however you want to call it or whatever you want to call it. But not allowing him to extend plays, not allowing him to hit the edge and get to the sideline. Green Bay's defense somehow has to be able to contain him and collapse that pocket around him so he can't step up, so he can't hit the edge. If they can do that, they've got a chance to slow down this Bears offense. But it's going to be incredibly crucial for those ends, setting the edge too, right? Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness, Enoch Barre, whoever, Baron Sorrell, whoever is going to be playing the edge. It is going to be crucial for that. And obviously, with the interior defensive line play, Colby Woodens, Carl Brooks, et cetera, those guys, you got to set the tone early. If I'm those big guys, if I'm those interior defensive linemen, you are going to be tested right away. You have to rise to this occasion. You have to rise to this challenge and accept that challenge and win that challenge. There's no doubt about it. The interior defensive front for Green Bay, how well they play and how well they stop that run is going to be crucial to the outcome of this ball game. And then you look at the second level. It's the Edrin Coopers. It's the Quay Walkers. It's the Isaiah McDuffies. They're going to have to hit that hole hard. And they're going to have to react quickly and make plays quickly. You have to tackle supremely well in this ball game. Whether it's trying to bring down Caleb Williams, whether it's trying to bring down, one of the Bears running backs. The Green Bay's defense has to tackle at an incredibly high level in this game. They have to show off their speed. They have to be aggressive. Every defender flowing to the football, bringing down the ball carrier, not being out physical in that category, taking them down right away. Quay, Cooper, that's going to be incredibly important for that. And whoever is going to be playing in the back end, whether it is Zane Anderson or whether Green Bay decides to change it up and putting Bullard back there and Hobbs playing the slot. I don't know. Because I'm operating under the assumption Evan Williams is not going to play in this game. But whoever it is, that last line of defense in the running game, They have to hit that hole hard. They have to come up and make the play and not allow those big explosive runs from Chicago that Chicago's really good at. Winning on the early downs is going to be key for this Packers defense, not giving Chicago second and shorts or third and shorts. Winning on first down. Chicago decides to run every single time on first down, stopping them for a minimal gain, putting them into maybe an obvious passing situation on second. But winning on the early downs is going to be key. And getting off that field. Look at that second half from just a couple weeks ago. Chicago's offense able to have those long drives, those long sustaining drives, just wear down that Packers defense. You get into a third down situation, a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6, whatever it is, get off the field. Don't allow them to pick up that third down. Don't allow those free guys over the middle of the field. Communication in that zone coverage is going to be incredibly important, especially with no Rome, no Luther. I have to imagine Chicago's really going to want to utilize their tight ends in this one. And that might be over the middle of the field. And if that's the case, that coverage over the middle of the field has to be on par, whether it is Cole Kmet or the rookie Loveland. They have to do a good job containing those big tight ends. There's a lot on the line for this defense. I hope Jeff Hafley is challenging his group. All the talk is no Micah. I get it. We get it. Everybody gets it. Challenge this defense. And Hafley, I want to see what, everybody talks about his creativity and what, putting players in a position to succeed and such. Here we go. This, I think not only this game, but the next 3 weeks too, we got to take it by game approach. I mean, this is going to be, resume building time for Jeff Hafley in terms of how he calls these games and what kind of game plans he puts together to stop Chicago, to stop Baltimore next week. Offensively, protection, man. Pass protection. It has been suffering here as of late. You have to give Jordan Love some time. You have to be able to let him. There's a lot more on Jordan Love's shoulders now to carry this ball club, to lead this team. And it's got to start up front with that offensive line. If Zach Tom's not playing in this game, everybody, it's not one step up. They got to take a couple steps up, multiple steps up in their play. This offensive line has to play one of their best games all season long. They have to. They have to. Whether it's run blocking or pass protection, this offensive line needs to figure it out and play perhaps their best game so far of this season. Give Jordan Love time back there. Give Josh Jacobs, Emmanuel Wilson, whoever the heck is running the football, holes room to run. I look at this, too, as not only as a lot on Jordan Love, pressure on him, and it should be, not saying that he shouldn't have all this. He should have this pressure being the quarterback. If you believe in your quarterback and you believe in your head coach, you should be fine. You should have confidence going into this game. So it's a big opportunity for Jordan Love. It's a big opportunity for Matt LaFleur as the offensive play caller. Even if Christian Watson plays in this game, we know he's not going to be 100%. So how do you manage that? I feel like Chicago is going to dare Green Bay a little bit to, test Watson a little bit. Like, okay, we know he's not 100%, so we're maybe not going to double or we're not going to put a ton of attention on him. How does Green Bay counter that? I think you got to get the ball out quick. I think, I know Green Bay wants to throw the ball down the field, explosive plays. But if Watson is a little bit banged up, I don't know if you can do it as much. But I think Jayden Reed's going to be super important in this game. Especially, Tight end depth a little bit out there. I think Jaden Reed. I think Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden had a solid game last week. Nothing eye-popping, but I thought he had a solid game last week. I think those two guys, especially with Golden's speed, okay? You talk about big plays down the field. If Watson is a little bit banged up with that shoulder, is this the time we see maybe Matthew Golden being that big play threat going down the field? But Jaden Reed, getting the ball in his hands, letting him make some plays. You know, we saw him, how they got the ball in his hands early in that game a couple weeks ago. I think we need to see that too. And if Green Bay's offense, you cannot have short drives. You can't. You can't go 3 and out. It's unacceptable in this one. It's kind of weird talking about like a Packers-Bears game when we talk about maybe like a high-scoring type of game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is a high-scoring game. But Green Bay's offense has to go down. If they could start off this game, let's say they get the ball first, and if they go down 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and come away with a touchdown, momentum taken away, they got it. Now you hand it off to your defense and say, let's keep this train going. Start the game hot. Because right now, Chicago has the momentum. Right now, we know Chicago has the momentum. It's in their building. They're going to play with a ton of confidence. They're going to want to come out hot, and they want to hit some haymakers. They want to throw some haymakers. They want to throw some punches right away. They want to set the tone right away. How does Green Bay counter that? How do they take that? If it starts off rough right away, don't panic. It's going to be a hostile environment, I would imagine. But if Green Bay's offense can go down there and kind of quiet it down a little bit, if they do, in fact, get the ball first, huge. But that offense has to stay on the field, matriculating the ball down the field. But if it's not clicking right away, and the only way is to kind of get it into a rhythm and a momentum, do that hurry up. Do that mud huddle earlier on rather than later, just to get that momentum going. This is going to be, we knew 2 weeks ago was going to be a battle. This one is going to be just at the same level. A huge battle. These two teams do not like each other. It is going to be a lot of back and forth. Probably a little chippiness too. Whatever team handles that the best, I think is going to be, in a good spot. And penalties. Can we please stop with the offsides pre-snap penalties from Green Bay? Stop putting your offense in bad situations. If you get into the red zone, for crying out loud, you absolutely cannot have a false start. You can't put your offense in a more difficult position. Keep a level head in this game. Do your best. I know emotions. Hey, I've been there. It's hard. I've failed more than probably succeeded in trying to keep a level head. You got to try to. Just penalties all around, too. No stupid penalties. No more stupid special teams holding penalties when it's a touchback or a fair catch and all that garbage. It's so frustrating. Clean football. And the easy thing, everybody's going to say this for every game, but I really think turnovers are going to play a big role in this game, too. It's going to be a nail-biter. Who are the players that got to have a game? I'll make mine 1 offense, 1 defense. We got to take a quick break, though. So we'll do that coming up in just a couple minutes. We do have a couple of delays, school delays and such. So make sure you check out our sportstalk1051.com website for the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings. Brought to you by Hovland's and Service Master. I believe they're a little bit more to the eastern side, central Wisconsin side of things. But again, like yesterday with the early closures and such, that's why you always want to stay tuned to our website. And that First Alert School Closings brought to you by, again, our friends from Service Master. What up, Clay? And Hovland's, the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings. So, all right. Who are your players that got to have a game? On the offensive side, for me, I'm going to go pretty simple. I think it's Jordan Love. We can nitpick this thing and say if Watson's banged up, it's got to be this receiver. It's got to be Dontavian Wicks. We got to have the Wicks version from Thanksgiving. Jaden Reed. If Tom's not playing, whoever playing right tackle, if it's Kennard or if it's Jordan Morgan. Ultimately, you've got a wounded warrior right now in Green Bay. Okay? Micah's gone. It is time for Jordan Love to maybe really silence some of the doubters, or if there is another step for him or another level for him to take in his career that puts him, in that top tier echelon of quarterbacks in this league, here's the opportunity. Jordan Love has to lead this team. If you feel like that you're in a good spot with your quarterback and your head coach, you should be feeling confident in this game. Jordan Love has to have a great game. He has to lead this team. He's got to be the leader. And I would say an honorable mention is Matt LaFleur on the offensive side, and just as a head coach to make sure your team is prepared to go in this environment. And their mind is right. They've got the right mindset for this game. Forget about Sunday. And if you do have a ton of injuries to combat, get this team ready. Get them focused. And completely forget about Denver. You've got Chicago right now, and you got 3 weeks left. You are playing for your playoff lives. Treat this as a playoff game. Do or die situation. That's how I would. But my offensive player that's got to have a game, I'm going Jordan Love. Defensively, again, we could come up with a lot of it. If Evan Williams isn't playing, is it Zane Anderson? Because Evan Williams was such a crucial defender in that first game against the Chicago Bears and bringing down those running backs so they weren't getting out in space for big explosive runs. It can be Xavier McKinney or, there's a lot. We could say the interior defensive line like Kobe One. Got to stop that run. You would be exactly correct. Every defensive player has to have a game. Okay, every single defensive player has to have a game. Kobe Wooden, Carl Brooks, the back end, Edrin Cooper, Quay Walker, Isaiah McDuffie. Those three absolutely have to have a game. But for my pick, I'm going to go Rashawn Gary. You got to have a game now, man. It's been a while. You've been pretty quiet. We need somebody to step up and be that game changer. We need somebody to step up and fill in the loss from Micah Parsons. It has to be you. You have to be the leader now. You have that C patch on your chest. Okay? Go lead this defense. Go be a game player or a game changer. Go be a difference maker. Get after Caleb Williams. Set that edge. Make some plays. I want to see Rashawn Gary just explode and have himself a game. But I would go Edrin Cooper too. Edrin Cooper last year in his rookie year, what was he so great at? TFLs. Tackles for losses, reading and reacting. We definitely need that. Green Bay definitely needs that in this game. Whether it's chasing down Caleb Williams or stopping the running game. Edgerrin Cooper would be my next pick for a dude who has got to have a game. You could throw Quay Walker in there too. If Lucas Van Ness is going to get extended playing time, which I would imagine, all right, man, here's your chance. Here's your opportunity. You were going into the season as a starter. They trade for Micah. You were the odd man out. Your snaps got limited. Then you got hurt. Here you go, baby. Here you go. Go take it. Go take a job by the horns and run with it. Go showcase why you were worth a first-round pick. Go showcase why you belong in this league as a starting defensive end. Huge opportunity for Lucas Van Ness. Go take it. Huge opportunity for Enoch Barre if he's out there. To get more moolah in the offseason, more cash in the offseason. There's opportunities galore. Players want opportunities to showcase what they can do. Players want opportunities to just play. Nobody wants to be a backup. They want to play, right? If you don't want to play, then what are you doing? You want to be out on that field or that court or whatever sport it is. You want to play. And there's going to be more opportunities now for these guys. You better be ready. And I expect offensively, defensively, these guys all to play at a high level. That has to be the expectation. You get this chance, you go out there and you take it and you play at a high level. I will say the one thing that I'm a little concerned about is, some of these guys. I don't know if a Cullen Oliver is going to play this week, and we haven't seen him all offseason. Do you trust him to go out there? It's been a while since Cox. I think, if Brenton Cox Jr. is out there, that's a wild card guy for me. He's got the speed. He's got the athleticism. If he's out there, that's kind of a wild card player for me to watch. I don't know how many reps he's going to get. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him out on that field if he's ready to go and they're going to throw him out there because of the athleticism that he brings. That, to me, could be a wild card player. But what I was going to say is, if a Colin Oliver's out there, he's a rookie, and we haven't seen him at all training camp in that. These guys who are finally getting opportunities or getting more of an opportunity, are they going to play tight? Are they going to be caught thinking more than reacting? Or are they going to be caught more thinking instead of just playing? I get it. Nerves. You don't want to screw up. But you got to go out there and just play. And you got to trust yourself. You got to trust that you know the game plan. You got to trust that you can just go out there and play without overthinking. That's defensive players. That's offensive players. It's everybody. All right, send me some bold predictions, peeps. We got to take a quick break to wrap up this first hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Coming up just past 7 o'clock here this morning, we'll catch up with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. We'll get his thoughts now that we know a little bit more about some of these latest Packers injuries, including Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network saying that Micah Parsons has a clean ACL tear, and there's potentially he could be ready for Week 1. But we'll talk to Dr. Crow about that, and obviously with Christian Watson's injury and him practicing this week and that. So we'll get the experts' thoughts on everything coming up just past 7 o'clock. So after that, we'll catch up with our buddy, Brandon Berg, sports editor, Chippewa Herald. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We've got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Plus, we've got our Mike's Star Market Cream of the Crop. If you want to make your picks for Cream of the Crop, please go do so. All right? Please go do so. Text me on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. So we'll get all that coming up throughout the next 3 hours. Plenty more Packers chat. Continue to send me your keys to victory, your key matchups for this contest, your players who got to have a game, your predictions for this game. And if you want, send me some bold predictions. Send me some bold predictions for this thing. So, again, text me, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So we'll get back to some more of your texts, some more of your comments throughout the morning here. By the way, don't forget to, Sunday, we've got Blue Gold basketball men's team, number 20 in the country, taking on North Park. Free admission for everybody. So you don't have a Packers game to worry about on Sunday. 3 o'clock, Sonotag Center. Let's pack that arena and help the Blue Gold basketball team continue with an undefeated season. So, again, that's coming up at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Badger, excuse me, choked up there a little bit. Badger volleyball, they did fall last night, heartbreaking fashion, 5 sets to Kentucky. Badger volleyball had the advantage, but Kentucky making the comeback and able to get it in that 5th set. So definitely a heartbreaking loss for the Badger volleyball team, looking to get back to the national championship, but nonetheless still a very, very memorable, very, very awesome season for Badger volleyball this year. And I think if there's one thing we know is that Badger volleyball, well, they'll probably be right in that position again next season. Going to have super high expectations again for next season. So, plus we'll talk some college football too as we get set for some more bowl games coming up here too. So, all right, there's your shot clock. 1 in. We got 3 more quarters to go though. Stick around. We'll be back after these quick news updates. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning of December 19th. Thanks for hanging out with us. Don't forget, you can always hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Also, the YouTube stream is up and rolling with the chat room up there, too. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll catch up with our good friend, Mr. Brandon Berg from the Chippewa Herald. We'll do our local sports roundup with him. We've got our Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle, Cream of the Crop, all that fun stuff. We'll get back to some more football talk as well. We kick off this hour like we normally do every Friday morning. It's the second version this week. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. You begin the week with us, you end the week with us, Austin. How you doing, man?
That's right. The book ends. Yeah, I'm doing great.
Awesome. Well, hey, we'll jump right into it because we know a little bit more about some of these injuries. I want to start off with Christian Watson. He has been practicing, limited role and such, but he has been practicing out on the field every day that they've had practice. So, I mean, kind of just to revisit on Monday, we threw out a couple different, possibilities of what was going on. But, when I think we as fans here, the dude was in the hospital, and then a couple days later, he's already on the practice field. What kind of things, or what do you think is the injury that he's kind of suffering right now or going through?
Yeah, I mean, I still think the thought of either a sternoclavicular or maybe just like a base of the edge where the ribs join with the sternum, an injury along those lines. So, I mean, if it would have been an actual broken rib, they would have said that. So it's probably either SC joint or sternal injury. So clearly it was not as severe as it first looked. I mean, when you first saw him kind of rolling on the ground, you're like, uh-oh, we got ourselves a bad one here. But the good news is he's popped back pretty quick and seems to be doing pretty well at this point. So, I mean, if you look at either one of those diagnoses, they're safe to play with. It's really the symptoms that will limit athletes. And so sometimes those injuries are quite severe and they have difficulty lifting and moving the arm. Other times they just have pain. And as long as they can kind of keep fighting through the pain, they can keep going. So this looks to be the latter, where he's able to just kind of push through it and say, hey, you know what, maybe it doesn't feel great, but I'm able to play. And he certainly appears to be on track to play.
So you mentioned, safe to play. Is there any way that he can make the injury worse, get hurt worse? Is there anything like that? And, I don't know if this would be the right thing too, because we've talked about this with rib injuries. Would he be wearing like a Kevlar vest or anything like that for added protection, do you think?
Yeah, if it's a true rib injury, yeah, he would. It doesn't seem like it, because they'll usually designate that as a rib injury. They'll say that explicitly. So this is more likely SC joint, sternoclavicular joint, or again, maybe something along the edge of the sternum. So in that case, those things aren't going to provide much protection. It's not really the actual direct blow like a rib. It's the direct blow that hurts. With these, it's actually the loading. Like, when you landed on the ground and kind of landed with that shoulder into the grass and turf, that's where the injury came from. So in that circumstance, there's really not a way to protect it or splint it. So unlikely he'll be wearing anything real protective, I wouldn't think, unless it's an injury that we're not thinking of. But obviously it's hard to say for sure.
Mm-hmm. So do you think he has any chance to hurt himself worse if he does play, if it is that type of injury?
No, I think you can look at it again, it's very analogous to an AC separation. Okay. Those are safe. They can hurt and they can limit people for sure. And they can be re-aggravated for sure. So like I mentioned, when they're severe, people often will they'll come to the sidelines and have a hard time lifting their arm. And it's not like they can't, it just hurts so bad the body's like, no, I'm not doing it. So if they aggravate it again, sometimes it'll be like, all right, it's shut down again. We got to give it some time, whether it's a couple plays or, for the game. So is it possible to aggravate it? Absolutely. Is it high risk for significant progression to it, where it's a more serious injury? The answer to that's no.
Gotcha. All right. Micah Parsons, obviously we know now it's an ACL tear, and I saw Ian Rappaport yesterday, I believe, said it's a clean tear. So I know you've talked about, or you've mentioned clean tears and such before, but maybe for a lot of people, is this good news then? I know ACL tears aren't good news, but in terms of recovery and such, is this probably the best case scenario for somebody who suffered a ACL tear?
Yeah, so at this point, it sounds like there's no additional injuries to it. So that's the big thing. So when you look at, an ACL injury, there's always the risk of additional injuries to surrounding structures, other ligaments, menisci, and then, of course, cartilage as well. So whenever we get the MRI with an athlete that has an ACL tear, we always want to look for those concomitant injuries, and that really those have a huge impact on both short-term recovery and long-term prognosis. So yeah, I mean, as of now, it sounds like now they don't always disclose everything. So is it possible there's something else with it? It is, but it doesn't. It sounds like it was just just an ACL tear, which is definitely best case scenario in this circumstance.
On that same play, Evan Williams also hurt his knee. They're calling it an MCL sprain. Now, the Packers have listed him as questionable, but he hasn't practiced all week and such. But for safety in an MCL sprain, I mean, it seems like it's the odds are long that it sounds like he could play this weekend, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, if he's not getting on the field, it's probably a relatively higher grade MCL. In that case, yeah, it's just, again, it's not dangerous. So it's not like he goes out there and his leg falls off, right? But if it's painful enough and there's enough instability, it's really hard for side-to-side movement. And as it turns out, NFL safeties have to do a lot of that. So if he's not able to actually put pressure on that leg and make a hard cut because it hurts and gives out, then he's not going to be able to play. So now there are braces that can really support MCLs really well, but at the end of the day, nothing's better than the ligament itself. So the nice thing about MCLs, as we've touched on in the past, is they can actually heal. They can heal and maybe not go back exactly like they were before, but they can get darn close. So it's still an injury that you're like, hey, as far as prognosis is concerned, it's excellent. The real question is timeline. I would say if it's enough to miss this week, he may end up missing a couple weeks, but that's definitely a day-to-day, week-to-week type process where you assess them, have them do movements, run, jump, cut, pivot, and if they can do it, they can go. If they can't, then you just kind of keep them on the sidelines.
And then another guy a lot of Packers ones to kind of go through here, but Josh Jacobs said that he kind of re-aggravated that knee injury, taking a hit to the knee earlier on in that game. He hasn't practiced this week, but it was kind of the same as last week where he didn't practice and then he played. So, I mean, again, is that just probably swelling he's dealing with that knee injury, it sounds like?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I would say yes. I have to admit it's getting a little bit more head scratcher over why it's lingering so long, because he initially described it as a contusion. That was what the report said.
Mm-hmm.
And not that contusions aren't common, and they are very common, but usually you don't necessarily re-aggravate a contusion. It's like it's not. I mean, I guess you can take a blow directly to the exact same spot in the knee. Sometimes it's actually from the blow or from actually the knee hitting itself. You can have like a hyperextension or like a varicose valgus injury to the knee. But you just wonder is like maybe there was some other injury along with it. I'm not saying there is. It's just the longer this lingers and he keeps having this, because he says that I've heard him on interviews like, oh yeah, the swelling's back or I got the swelling again. That's not super classic for that. Not that it can't happen. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on how it progresses, but to have him again say, oh, it flared up again, now it's swollen and I need to take some time off, you start hoping it's just indeed a contusion. It's not something else. But, at the end of the day, he's been able to play. So I guess that does speak volumes as well, but maybe they just want to kind of baby it and optimize him for the actual games. But I guess we'll see how it works out.
Yeah. Another running back that we've barely seen for the Packers, and I know we've talked about our, injury prone, labels and such, but Marshawn Lloyd, you look at last year, 3 times he was out with a hamstring injury. He was out with a groin pull, missed part of training camp. Then he was out all season with a hamstring strain. Then he's working his way back. They opened up that 21-day window, and then he has another hamstring strain, so he's probably done for the season. I mean, we're talking about, 5 times he's had a hamstring strain in the last year plus and such. I mean, when you see something like that, what kind of goes through your mind? Like, okay, is it, is he, warming up properly? Is there something else maybe going on and such? A lot of scar tissue? I mean, this is a lot of times it feels like this particular player has suffered hamstring strains all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously it's a very, very common injury. I mean, probably one of the most common soft tissue injuries that we see in athletes, not just in the NFL, but certainly athletes across the board. So when you see it really commonly, it becomes kind of ho-hum. It's like, all right, hamstring, they should be back in a little bit. Like, what's going on here? I mean, it's important to remember, and we've mentioned this in the past, that when a hamstring injury occurs like this, you basically tear some of the muscle fibers. I mean, not basically, that's literally what happens. So when the injury occurs, there are muscle fibers that pull apart. Now, depending on the severity, it's either a couple muscle fibers or a whole lot of them. no matter how many tear, it heals with scar tissue. Okay, so now you have the muscle belly. So, think of like a steak, the red meat. I mean, that's what muscle is. Inside where they healed, it has a little area of scar tissue. Okay, so it doesn't heal exactly correct. Now, when they recover, the goal is to keep that scar as loose and limber as possible and optimize the strength and range of motion of that muscle so you don't aggravate it again. Well, if it was a really severe injury in the first place, that can be a scenario where it's really easy for that to get re-aggravated and cause problems. And so, clearly with the number of times this has happened, you start asking yourself, all right, was this a real severe injury the first time? And is it now just an area that's got this scar tissue that's really difficult to get over the hump on? And obviously at the NFL level, they are not sparing any treatment. I mean, I'm sure he's doing everything under the sun, whether it's, stretching, deep tissue work, biologic injections. I mean, pretty much across the board. I'm sure they're doing absolutely everything to try soften that up and get it so it doesn't happen again. But yeah, this is the fifth one. I believe they're all the same hamstring too.
I believe, yeah.
Which, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that is, I mean, at this point, time number 5 is like, all right, we're past red flag. We're into like, this is clearly a hamstring that doesn't want to bounce back real well. So I don't think that there's any tricks up the sleeve they probably haven't tried, but maybe they'll try some biologic, like PRP stem cell type injections in the off season. Cause you're right, at this point, I don't see anything happen in this season, right? Where it's unlikely anything. So they may say, all right, let's just see if we can get this thing to turn around and in the off season and get it where it just doesn't recur. But yeah, this has been one that is just a lot of injuries to the same muscle. And the problem is each time it's injured, a little bit more scar develops. So yeah, it's certainly not a great prognosis at this point.
To kind of wrap it up, I wanted to get your thoughts. I don't know if you saw RG3, Robert Griffin III, talk about or a couple days ago. He was talking about Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons with their ACL injury, and he made a comment saying, if I could give them any advice, it would be to not play next year and to recover from that ACL. Now, Robert Griffin Jr. III, we know about his injury history and such, and I think he tried to play, was it with a partial ACL tear, I think in that playoff game or something like that.
Correct.
So, I mean, when you hear him say, hey, Patrick, Micah, don't play next year, I mean, is that really not – I get it, he tore his ACL, but his was a little bit different at that point, right?
Yeah, so he ended up tearing his ACL and actually his LCL as well. So he had, which is what Mahomes did. So if you remember us talking earlier in the week, just when you saw Mahomes step, I'd mentioned I was worried about the LCL as well, and it turns out he did injure that too. So that for him, I think he's more likely to miss longer time. Parsons, we'll see. I think every athlete's different. I mean, there are knees that, as we see him recover from an ACL, that just bounce back really well. No matter what the injury is, I mean, if we put ACLs aside for a second, any injury, I mean, that's one of the first questions that patients ask us is just like, when can I get back? And there are some things that are really, like when you break a bone, we have a pretty darn good timeline on how long it takes to heal and people get back. These are just different. There's so many things that go into it. So there's, the actual graft healing in place. There's the leg getting the strength back. There's getting the swelling down, getting the range of motion back, the actual functional improvement, athletes believing in the leg and like trusting it. So, there's so many layers to recover from a knee reconstruction like this that it's just hard to predict. But if you look at that, as soon as you add additional ligaments to it, like Mahomes had with the LCL as well, I'd say for him, next season is definitely in question. I would say there's a reasonable chance he doesn't. And so I think RG3 may be speaking more to him because that is the same injury he ultimately had. Now, you're correct. RG3 also had that. He played with a partial injury, went back out, and we all remember the play that knee buckled underneath him. Again, you knew right away it was an ACL tear, and it was. And so he ended up missing. And that was, kind of the beginning of the end of his career.
Yeah.
And so I think, if you look at RG3, they're going to take it slow. Again, especially with he's going to have an additional large incision on the side of his knee. Mahomes will. Whereas Micah, his should be more straightforward, assuming it is just an isolated ACL tear. So I would say Parsons playing next year is realistic. Mahomes is not impossible, but less realistic. And I think that just kind of speaks to the spectrum of injuries that a quote ACL can be. It definitely can be multiple injuries. It can be isolated, and those are very different things.
Interesting. He's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Great stuff as always, man. Hey, next week we're off because of Christmas, so you and the family and the kiddos, you have a very, very, very Merry Christmas and happy holiday season, okay, buddy?
Absolutely. To you and all the listeners, and maybe no one will get injured this week.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I don't want to have to text you tomorrow night or anything like that.
That's right. That's right. You guys have had your run of injuries here, so you're due for some good luck.
Hopefully, man. Hopefully. So, all right, buddy. We'll be chatting with you soon, okay, bud?
Yep. Take care.
You got it. There you go. There's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. All right, let's take a quick break, and then I got to go unlock the door for Mr. Brandon Berg. He's coming up after these quick words. Big thanks, as always, to Dr. Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, as always, for hanging out with us Friday mornings, or in this case, twice this week, because there was a lot going on in the Packers world and such. So, but we've got our next guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, who we're going to get a little bit earlier next week, too. So, for our Festivus for the rest of us. Coming up Tuesday, 6 a.m., our annual Festivus show. We're going to be at the VFW Post at 3:05, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you come by and say hi, I'll buy you a pint of Man Cave Lights. And then from 6A to 10A, the VFW Post 3:05, they're going to be doing $1 domestic mugs, $2 craft mugs. If you got to work, stop by, still say hi. And maybe have some breakfast, because we know the food and the breakfast over there is amazing. I mean, especially on a chilly morning like this, breakfast actually sounds really good right now to warm up and such. So, but hopefully you can hang out with us. About 8:30, we'll do the airing of grievances, and that'll be the prelude to the feats of strength between Surveyor Sam and C-Bomb. And Brandon, I told them, and they haven't yet. So I'm giving them this opportunity. I said, give me your walk-up songs.
Right. I mean,
Pick out a walk-up song. And they haven't given it to me. So time's running out there, big boys.
Take advantage of the pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. So feats of strength, 9 o'clock. And maybe they're just, I hope they're not chickening out. I got the necklace coming, so it's up for grabs. Will C-Bomb be donning 2 of them at the same time, or will Surveyor add a chicken wing necklace to his title belt collection from the Kasper Classic? That remains to be seen. So, how you doing there, big guy?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm not bad, man. I'm not bad. I got to ask you, I know it's been a week, but I texted you about it on Saturday, so I wanted to get your thoughts, and obviously talking about the Brewers trade, Isaac Collins, Nick Mears, and I am going to mispronounce the guy's name until I get it more in my mind. I know it's not Angel Zerpa. It's Serpa, I think you pronounce it. So apologies if I still screwed it up. But I know I texted you about it, and I gave you Hudson's reaction and commentary to it too. But I guess your first thought, what went through your mind when you first heard about that trade and moving on from? I think the big name in this one, probably for a lot of fans that are upset, is Isaac Collins, right? They're upset that the Brewers moved on from him.
My first thought was the Brewers must really want this relief pitcher.
Yeah.
And we kind of texted a little bit about it, and I said kind of ultimately my belief or my feeling was if the Brewers identified this player as someone they wanted to go get in this situation with it being a pitcher, I trust that judgment because there's a pretty good track record of them over the year kind of finding, pitchers especially that have like very interesting traits that they can maybe kind of improve upon. I mean, they were able to do it with Trevor McGill just coming off the waiver wire, and he's become a high level closer. I mean, there's so many others, Jack Stern, who's appeared on your show up here before, kind of had a really. Basically, kind of the really good breakdown of why the Brewers would be interested in this, and that Serpa really, I mean, he gets a ton of ground balls. Like he was in like the top echelon in the majors as far as pitchers that get ground balls. When you're pitching to a defense the caliber of the Brewers, obviously that makes sense as far as run prevention goes. Yeah, it just kind of makes sense. You put if someone puts balls in play and you got really good defenders behind you, that's probably going to bode well. I think he's 26.
Yeah.
So he's still, I mean,
got a couple years of control too.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's another thing too. He's under control for I think it was like 3 more years or something like that. So, being able to add a lefty arm that they believe has some untapped potential, and someone that could possibly maybe throw some higher leverage innings for him, depending on how things work out here. The Brewers kind of suddenly have are a bit flush with lefty relievers. Yeah. When you look at him, D.L. Hall. Aaron Ashby, I mean, one of those guys, maybe they give him another shot to start. That's certainly possible. Rob Zastryzny he's pitched pretty well. He's kind of, he's in a bit of a different spot because he doesn't really have any options left. So he's He's probably looking up at some of those other guys as far as the pecking order goes, but he's someone that could certainly still be in that mix. But you're right. I mean, Nick Mears was someone that was out of options. It was a guy that, he pitched in the Cubs series, but then he wasn't on the roster for the Dodgers series. And he was the guy that, had some moments, but at the same time, he just didn't really slide in super high in that pecking order for them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you mentioned Isaac Collins. I mean, he's someone that, if we go back a year, no one's ever going to expect that, Isaac Collins was the guy that finished, the third in the fourth in the NL rookie voting. Like,
yeah, Caleb was third.
Yeah, that's what it was. I remember one of the many rookies for them was third. I forgot which one it was, but somebody that really he carved his own niche with the team, made the team out of spring training, which I think was probably a little bit of a surprise, and kind of worked a little bit of a slow start, but kind of worked his way into the lineup, and was a productive hitter, especially at, maybe earlier on in the year at times when the Brewers didn't really have that.
Right.
But, a guy that was extremely patient, could take his walks. There's a little bit of power in there, but, for a guy that, a couple years ago was a Rule 5 pick in the minors, to me, it kind of struck as maybe this, the team thinking they were selling high on Caleb or on Isaac Collins.
Yeah.
And like, okay, this is, it's like finding a $10 bill in your pocket. It's like, okay, well, we got this, and we weren't expecting this, so what are we going to do with this?
Right.
And you have, there's plenty of outfield options, and that's not to say the Brewers couldn't still bring in someone. Like, I don't know if ultimately Akil Baddoo is someone that plays a big role for the team in 2026. It's just that, there hasn't been many moves right now, so it's something we people have been talking about. But, yeah, I that's just kind of how I look at it. Is, in their opinion, whether that's right or wrong, obviously we'll see. But maybe trying to sell high a little bit on Isaac Collins. Nick Mears is a guy that he goes to Kansas City and he'll be a factor in their bullpen somewhere. Remember, that's a team that's dealt some guys.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how I look at it. As far as I think there was a comment from Matt Arnold that maybe it's possible he might be looked at as a starter. We'll see. Maybe, but I don't know. Like I think he's just a guy that adds unique traits to the bullpen. Now it's just kind of that pitching infrastructure kind of gets their hands on him a little bit to kind of work with him and see if they can kind of turn him into the next one that becomes something.
Right. Yeah, and I think I don't know your thoughts too. It's like the comparison I almost thought too was like, with Ted Thompson, the Packers will always move on from a player a year too early instead of a year too late sort of thing.
Right.
And then I look at it too, it's like you mentioned you trust the Brewers when it comes to, especially Chris Hook, right?
Right.
When you bring in a pitcher and they get to work with Chris Hook.
Right. I've even had this conversation with my friends, and we've said, like, there's few things I trust more than the Brewers to try to, when they acquire a pitcher, to kind of try to get a little bit more out of them.
Right.
Like, that's just, I'm trying to think of an example elsewise of, just another sport where, a position like that where it's just like, okay, well, it doesn't always work. I mean, there's certainly pitchers they've acquired where it hasn't worked, but like, you can see the interesting traits there. And, you don't know. Like,
right.
There's so many tweaks you can make for somebody to kind of turn them into interesting to, like, very good.
Yeah.
And that'll just be, something. And right now, there really hasn't been much movement. So, like, it's just something we're going to be kind of looking at. And, once we get to February, we'll see if this is, one of the bigger moves they've made, or if, it was just kind of a move that we kind of forget about for a little bit.
Do you, and I stole this quote from you when we were talking about it earlier in the week too, but I've heard you reference this a few times. It's a good move if it's not the only move, or I hope this isn't the only move.
Right,
Would you agree with that kind of sentiment?
Yep. If we get to, and I think there will be more in the ways of, maybe a more high-profile trade, whether that's Freddie Peralta, whether that's Trevor McGill, or, it's the Brewers. They could make a deal for someone we weren't expecting.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's funny that I'm saying you're right to something I said. But no, I would agree. If we get to February and when everyone's putting together the little off-season recaps and it says like significant, additions, and it's like Bailey Zerpa and Akil Baddoo, then we're probably going to have some questions.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, when you look at the rest of, the Major League Baseball landscape and such, and you see some of the moves kind of being made in that, I know it's kind of quieted down a little bit to an extent, but, I don't know your thoughts, the latest on Freddie Peralta, but I feel like the more it's getting talked about and the more he's out or these rumors are out there, I almost get the sense it's going to happen now.
It could. I mean, when you see, and no disrespect to him, but when you see Adrian Hauser getting $22 million from the Giants, and Adrian Hauser had a really nice bounce back year last year. But when you can pay Adrian Hauser $22 million on the free agent market, or you can pay Freddie Peralta $8 million for 1 year, plus whatever you're giving up, like you can understand why there would be more teams in on that. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, it might get to the point where the Brewers say, "Look, this isn't something we were looking to do, but the offers we're getting, we have to think about this because you kind of have two, well, I guess technically three routes, but two real routes you can take here where you hold on to him. You go through 2026. He leaves, assuming he leaves, and you get a comp pick, and that would be in 2027. Or you trade him now for whatever. That's going to be people that chances are a player or two or whatever it is that maybe someone that can help you this coming year.
Right.
And that's, to me, like, I don't know, like the biggest, I'm trying to think of like what's the biggest possible realistic move the Brewers could do. I don't think it's going to be a free agent signing. I don't think they're going to throw 50, 60, $70 million, whatever, at somebody. Is it going to be I think it would be a trade. It could be Freddie Peralta will come back there. Is this a situation where they package, say it's Freddie Peralta and a reliever? Maybe it's, there's been some hubbub about maybe Trevor McGill. Maybe it's a Jared Koenig. Someone who was obviously someone they went to a lot last year, but we were mentioning about the lefties. And, maybe they just decide, hey, we're going to stick with Ashby, DL Hall. Now we got Bailey Zerpa, three younger lefties. Jared Koenig, maybe he's just someone they try to, another person they try to cash in on when the value's higher. They package them together so another team is comfortable paying a little more because you're getting a starter and a reliever.
Right. Is
it someone else that we're not even thinking about? Does this team dip into its prospect pool a little bit? I wouldn't be totally stunned. I mean, if they made a deal that was centered around like a Cooper Pratt, simply because you have other middle infield prospects. You have Jesus Made.
Yeah.
You have, they spent the high draft pick on a shortstop last year. Like, they have a fair amount of middle infield talent at a high level, but like at some point it gets redundant. Like, you don't want to have 10 of those guys because there's only a couple spots.
Right.
So is it, do they dip into that? I mean,
which they kind of did. I mean, not to make a spot on comparison because that's not what I'm trying to do, but like with the Yelich trade, right? They had it was Lewis Prince, so we kept hearing about Lewis Prince and Lewis Prince and Lewis Prince.
Yeah, he was a top 25, top 30 prospect, whatever that was. And then they really dipped into their prospect pool there. I mean, that trade is interesting because like none of those guys really ended up being anything that they traded. That's not always the case.
Right.
But, something like that. I don't know if it would be at that level for a guy like Yelich, but, I just feel like if the Brewers are going to make a big move, they're going to go for someone that's a little more cost-controlled. And generally, what's it going to take to get someone like that? It's going to probably take some prospects.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. So, still plenty of time left in the offseason.
Oh, yeah,
right?
that's the thing about baseball offseason. All of the other ones, it's such a bam, bam, bam. Within like the first 3 days of free agency, you pretty much kind of know what you have. I mean, you'll get that second wave in the NFL that comes through a little later on, but I mean, we joke about it all the time. 30 seconds into the quote-unquote tampering period, we'll see Adam Schefter tweets about, DeAndre Swift has agreed to this deal with the Bears. It's like, oh, wow, he did that in 30 seconds, huh?
Yeah, yep.
But, and in baseball, it's just so different.
Yeah, yep, exactly. So, all right, tell you what, let's take a quick break. And let's do some local sports roundup since I see you got some of the stuff up here on the computer. Well, and that's it.
Like, I got to start utilizing the technology you give me because
exactly,
the last few weeks I feel a little bad because I'm like trying to scroll through all the stuff and just make sure I've got things in order. I'm like, I wasn't as prepared.
We're up to date now, man.
I wasn't as prepared as I feel like I could be this week. So,
well, let's do that. So we'll take a quick break and local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center coming up after these quick words. All right, let's jump right into it. It's our local sports roundup brought to you by our friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Again, big thanks because a week ago today, they were in the studio to our left, if you remember Brandon, putting in the new carpets over there. It looks absolutely fantastic. All of our studio, I mean, that one, wax, greatest hits, and then, of course, ours with the putting green. It's like their second home over here.
Right.
So big thanks to our friends at Carpet City Flooring Center for all the work they've been doing here. So let's catch up on some local stuff here. I see now I can see what you're doing.
Yeah, now you can go where I'm going.
Yeah. So want to start with boys basketball?
No.
That's the window you got up. So
yeah, but I mean, well, first of all, last night pretty much the entire schedule wiped out. Mother Nature with her unique evening, but But yeah, we're jumping right back into busy night tonight. I mean, we can look at the big rivers. I mean, both North and Memorial home tonight. I mean, North has got New Richmond. Eau Claire Memorial's got River Falls. I mean, River Falls is a team that's off to a pretty good start to the year.
Mm-hmm.
They're always kind of a face in the race, so to speak. You got Chippewa Falls making the trip over to Hudson and Rice Lake hosting Menominee. So, I mean, on boys' side in the big rivers, you only got like really one conference game in, so those just got going.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's something that, hasn't quite maybe gotten going as much as, on the girls' end of things. But the boys in the Western Clover Belt's got a little bit more on their plate, and they were the ones that were kind of wiped out last night. You had a conference schedule that was kind of put together last night. I mean, you got Regis and Oak Mountain playing tonight.
Okay.
Or scheduled to, I guess, but maybe. I mean, but otherwise, I mean, you look kind of early season in the Western Clover Belt. Last Friday, I was at Stanley Boyd at Fall Creek, and that was an impressive win for Stanley Boyd. I mean, Fall Creek is always a team that's in that mix at the top of the conference. I mean, Rick Storley's been doing it at a high level for a long time with the Crickets, and Stanley Boyd went in. They're a place that they don't win very much. I mean, not a lot of teams do. Like, I was even talking afterwards, I'm like, this might be the first team I've ever covered that's actually won in here. Like, in it's just there's always good teams waiting when you get there. It doesn't matter if it's boys basketball, girls basketball, volleyball, whatever. But, Stanley Boyd picked up a solid win there. I mean, kind of showcasing the team they can be as far as how they did it. I mean, with Charlie Hull and Josiah Dembski, they've got a couple, good post players, but really the thing for them early on, I mean, Stanley Boyd's off to a 7-0 or a 7-0 start to the season.
Wow.
Is for me the thing I think I've been most impressed with is
they played 7 games already.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unique thing. I was even talking with this with just some other coaches where some teams have played 7 games, like Stanley Boyd, and then you've got a team.
Regis played 3.
Regis played 3.
Yeah.
Like that's just how the schedule is early on. Some teams really schedule a lot of games early. I know Bloomers only played 4 games, so some teams play a bunch of games early, but other teams kind of load up later in the year.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that's impressed me the most about Stanley Boyd so far is the guard play. I mean, they've got a lot of guards that Coach Dakota Nichols has put a lot of work in the offseason to kind of get better because they understood coming into the year, like with such a junior heavy group, these next 2 years are really an opportunity for them to, kind of go and achieve some big things.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think of, Brenner Myers has had some really good games early on. Brayton Mallow, kind of the same thing, where kids that have been able to knock down shots from distance, which obviously helps when you've got 2 guys that work around the basket, but they've just done a good job of kind of playing defense and running the offense, like being those players that can step up in a spot if they're needed.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's that getting that win at Fall Creek is a big early one, but there's going to be a lot more. I mean, Regis is going to be in that race. I think McDonald's going to be hanging out in there. Thorpe is going to be an improved team. I mean, they beat Bloomer last week. That's going to be a Thorpe team that I think come postseason Division 5 is going to be one to keep an eye on. There's some really good young talent on that Cardinal team. So, that's one you're going to keep an eye on. But like I said, I mean, they were supposed to be kind of the schedule yesterday, but Mother Nature had other ideas.
Yeah.
Then switching to the girls' action, a lot of those games I mentioned, those teams play, it's just flip. So, like, Eau Claire Memorial is hosting River Falls. That's one that's actually at Eau Claire Memorial. They got a doubleheader there with the boys and the girls tonight. So, if you're an Old Abe's fan, obviously you can go, get in some, see some good teams here across those 2 games. Chippewa Falls hosting Hudson, Menominee hosting Rice Lake, and New Richmond hosting Eau Claire North as the Huskies make that trip. So, a few more games going on in the big rivers there. I mean, right now you kind of got you got 4 teams that are unbeaten in conference play: Rice Lake, Memorial, Hudson, River Falls. Not too surprising. I mean, Memorial was a game from state last year. Rice Lake, we know about the tremendous talent there. Hudson, always a factor in that race, and then River Falls making a nice step up. They're 7-1 right now. So
yeah, it is really kind of top heavy right now.
It is. It is. Western Cloverville girls. That's the schedule that will be in action tonight, including a really big one with McDonald at Regis. I mean, that's one. I mean, those are two of the three teams that shared the conference championship last year.
Okay.
Along with Fall Creek, you've got Regis or hosting McDonald. Otherwise, you got Fall Creek hosting Bloomer, Thorpe and Elk Mound, and you got the Highway 29, maybe you want to call it the Highway X rivalry, however you want to phrase it up there. Stanley Boyd and Cadott in Cadott. So
we got to go Highway X because you barely hear that one. So,
right. We're going Highway X on that one. So. But yeah, the Western
locals know it.
Right. The big game of the night, McDonald at Regis girls basketball. I mean, those are two really talented teams, two teams that come postseason in Division IV are going to be definitely threats. And it's a rivalry. I mean, those are and right now those are the two teams that are 4-0 in conference play. So after the night, one of those teams is going to be all alone at the top of the Western Clover Belt. So and they split their matchups last year. So we'll see how that how that develops there. That's going to be I think that's going to be one that's got a lot of people's attention tonight. So
right,
we want to switch up to boys hockey. I mean, that was another one they got kind of their schedule last night in the Big Rivers kind of got taken care of. But going back to Tuesday, a big one with Hudson picking up the 4-0 win over Eau Claire Memorial, and that's got Hudson at the top of the conference right now. They're 4-0. Memorial's 3-1. They've already got some important wins in the bag, including one over Chippewa Falls earlier in the year. But, we're still kind of, I think, in that kind of feeling out process for the Big Rivers. I mean, the Big Rivers in boys hockey is always such a good conference. Like, it's never a surprise when a team gets down to state, and they usually do some damage when they get there. Last couple of years, that's been a New Richmond, but that's also been a Chippewa Falls, or, Eau Claire Memorial was a game away from state last year. So, really, you're going to see, I think, after the new year, you're going to kind of see, can Hudson kind of continue to put a little bit of distance on the pack? Is there who else develops? Because you've got a bunch of teams that I would say are all kind of fighting in that mix. Memorial North, New Richmond, Chippewa Falls is a bit of a younger team, but, they've got, I think when push comes to shove, they're going to be a team that you got to keep an eye on in the second half. And, after you get through this week, you're going to see a lot of, kind of almost a return to just the non-conference plays. Over the Christmas break, you're going to have a lot of tournaments, too. I know Chippewa Falls is going over to Green Bay, Notre Dame. I think Eau Claire Memorial goes over there, too. So, I mean, that's always, kind of a marquee boys hockey tournament because you've got a lot of high-level programs from around the state. They go make their way over and, spend some time over in the greater Ashwaubenon area. So...
Hey, if they go over to Shawano, we know of a place or they could,
maybe that's more for the parents.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, and then in the middle border,
they got food there too.
They do, but in the middle border, right now you got Regis Altoona, McDonald, Ram is tied for the top spot in the middle border. They're tied with Amory. I saw Ram on Monday night. They fell to Menominee. A team that's playing some younger players, but also I think a team that is going to be one to keep an eye on in that middle border race. And I mean, Somerset, they're 1-1 in conference, but they picked up a win over Chippewa Falls on Tuesday. That's a team that's achieved a lot here in recent years. So it's another one you're gonna have to keep an eye on, I think. So, and then wrestling. Actually, we had some wrestling meets knocked out yesterday. There was I know Eau Claire North was set to host a Big Rivers multi-team. I mean, I was gonna call it a quad, but either or. Chippewa Falls was there. I think Hudson. Like that's one that's going to get rescheduled, so they'll obviously get back to it because there's conference implications in there. But coming up, you've got some local teams heading over to Somerset today. I know Chippewa Falls is one of those teams, but and then tomorrow, for the kind of that last Saturday before Christmas, the Christmas break, you've got some wrestling events as well. Some teams that go to Osceola, some teams going to Auburndale, maybe making a trip to Minnesota to go to Rochester. I know. Over the Christmas break, you've got some big tournaments. I believe UW Eau Claire is hosting one. I believe that might be at the Sontec. I have to double check on that. But otherwise, a lot of teams go to River Falls for the Northern Badger. That's always a big deal. Maybe going down to La Crosse for the Bi-State, which you got a lot of great teams from Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's the name that go there as well. Also, tomorrow the annual Santa Claus invite for the Eau Claire boys swim team. That's going to be going on in Eau Claire North. So A lot of the local swim teams will be there. It's always a fun event because it's obviously with the name, it's very Christmas themed.
Yeah.
So you got people breaking out their holiday sweaters and their Santa hats and all that good stuff. So
We need Santa doing a dive though into the pool.
we do. You know what we do, Eau Claire, if you get on that, like that'd be some great video to send Dan's way.
Exactly.
Get someone that wants to be Santa going to the pool. And,
Yep. Got to wear the beard and the hat.
Yes.
So got to do that. So
That might be a little bit tough getting out of the pool, but
it would be, but
that's what the lifeguard's for.
do it for the kids.
That's what the lifeguard's for.
Yep. So, man, breaking it down all there. I know blue gold wise and such because it's finals week, so you don't have a whole lot of stuff going on. But again, coming up on Sunday, you've got the 20th ranked blue gold undefeated men's basketball team. They're going to be at the Sontag Center taking on North Park University. Free admission to any fan. So if you want to, again, you don't have a Packer game Sunday afternoon.
Right, there you go.
3 o'clock to check out this 20th ranked in the country blue gold men's basketball team, looking to remain undefeated before they begin WIAC play, because that conference play is coming up right after that. So thanks to our friends from Hy-Vee for that. They're covering the tickets over there. So, and I know men's basketball for Stout coming up tomorrow. They're going to be taking on St. Mary's University in Minnesota. Then, after holidays and after finals, graduation stuff, things will start.
All
to
that
kick
other
into
stuff
gear.
that I guess comes with college too. And you've also got tonight and tomorrow night at the Chippewa Steel there at home as well. They've been had a home heavy slate here in December. They'll be home tonight and tomorrow night at Chippewa Arena. You want to go and check that game. I believe tomorrow night is their annual teddy bear toss, which is always one of their bigger events they do, where bring a teddy bear, and it'll definitely go to some kiddos, some kiddos out there in the community. So
Definitely.
it's always fun to watch the video of that, because at one point they'll always call it out like, okay. And so then you've got like people throwing teddy bears on the ice, and you've got some of those really ambitious people that bring like the giant ones. So you see like these people trying to push these gigantic teddy bears over the glass. It's actually pretty funny, but it goes to a great cause. So tonight or tomorrow night, if you're going, I mean, like I mentioned, tomorrow night you have you got some teddy bears.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. All right, that's your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We're going to take a really quick break. We'll be back maybe for about a minute, and then we already kick off the third quarter.
I talk
It's already halftime. No, you do not, man. So we'll take a quick break and be right back after these few words. See, told you right there, shot clock. We timed it out perfectly. So, halftime, 2 quarters in, third hour coming up. We've got Cream of the Crop brought to you by Mike Star Market. We've got Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle brought to you by AJM Automotive. More football talk. Continue to send us your keys to victory, key matchups, players who got to have a game, predictions, all that fun stuff. We'll be right back. Flying on through on this Friday morning of December 19th. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Don't forget, you can continue to send us your predictions, your keys to victory for Packers Bears tomorrow night, which I love a Saturday night game. It's still weird for me to say it's tomorrow night. But I'm glad it's tomorrow night. So in case something bad happens, it won't ruin my whole Monday morning. You know what I mean? But send those on over via the Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. Before we get to Cream of the Crop and our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, last night's game was ridiculous. I mean, it was a great game. That 2-point conversion, so if anybody's wondering, because I had a buddy of mine say, thought you couldn't advance the ball forward on a fumble, However, on a 2-point conversion, they ruled it a backward pass, Brandon. Did you see? How is that a backward? I still struggle if that's a backward pass, man. Did you see the replays in the instant?
That's just one of those things that you just you could try to do it 20 times. I don't think you could do it.
Yeah. It is really close. It is I don't know if it's one of those where it's is there enough to overturn that?
Right.
But man. So, and that was, to force essentially overtime at that point. So,
and the Seahawks won in overtime.
Yeah. But
Sam Darnold has slayed his Rams beast.
We'll see how he does now in the postseason, I guess. But still, Seattle's the 1 seed right now.
Yeah.
And they control their destiny. Right? They control it for that 1 seed. But, man, if we're in... we knew that was probably going to be a good matchup, and we've got some other intriguing matchups.
And honestly, we've had some duds for Thursday night games. This one delivered, and it looked like on paper it would, and it did.
Yes. Yep. So, but yeah, I've watched that replay in slow mo how many times? I'm like, really? That's a backwards pass? And all right, I'm surprised too. Okay, so what if it was backwards pass, but nobody picked up the football? What if the official picked up because it was deflected?
Well, then would
they redo the down?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
Because,
because it was still technically been a live ball. Because it was been a backwards pass.
Because the Seattle guy just picked up the football and he was standing in the end zone. So what if it was there and the official picked it up? Would they have?
Yeah. Would the official not have done it just because they weren't sure? Because generally, maybe sometimes to my irritation, players will play a play through. You'll see times where obviously a player's down, but then they get up and run.
And they run the whole length just in case.
Yeah, and I get why you do it, but is that one of those cases where I feel like one way or the other, someone will play that play to a completion?
Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's probably a good example right there now for coaches to say, play through it.
Yep, you never know.
Play through it. So, all right, let's do our Mike's Star Market Cream of the Crop. We have a pick from John Cena for Cream of the Crop. I don't know if that was yours because you.
No, it was not, but that's a good one. Has last match last Saturday, so yeah.
Now, as soon as I bring up wrestling, that's gonna irritate the couple that say not going down that road. So you could just hold it. So there are people wrestling isn't anything. You stop talking about that. So just hold your tongue. So, anyways. Your cream of the crop. That's my early version of Festivus rants there.
There we go. I'm going to go. There's a couple of them I kind of went with this week, but I'm going to go with the local connection. If you haven't heard, I believe it's tonight will be the last show for Nick Tabbert for TV 18. And Nick's someone I got a chance to chat with on Monday, but someone I've got to know a little bit over the years and someone I got a ton of respect for. Just someone I know that, especially here in more recent years, has had to work really, really hard. He is... to get out and do the stuff he does, it's not easy. And, he's had a lot on his shoulders, and he's just someone that, he's moving on. He's, he's staying in the area, but he's going to do something else I have no doubt he's going to do absolutely great with. And he's just someone that over the years has been, I think, just a credit to this area. And I do feel in general that, this area is very lucky when it comes to kind of different media people we have. Obviously, we know Justice. Justice has been here, as long as I have. Obviously, we got great people in radio in a couple different ways that do things. You are certainly at the top of that list, sir. But just the people that make the investment in the community, and he's, and Nick is as much of that as anybody. So always been a cream of the crop guy to me, and I'm excited that he's going to be able to stay in the area, do something a little bit different, maybe, and kind of tackle that next stretch of his his career in his life.
Yeah. Well, geez, I should have made you go last because mine doesn't compare to that. So, but my cream of the crop was I was going to go Fernando Mendoza, Indiana quarterback winning the Heisman. So if we did dud, the Vandy quarterback.
Diego.
Diego, yeah.
It is Diego has really not done a lot for his reputation this year, even though he's had an outstanding year. But I had seen some people saying he's kind of going the Johnny Manziel route a little bit. Even I think it wasn't even Johnny Manziel. Was kind of you gotta cool down a little bit, bud.
Yeah.
Just
when Johnny Manziel tells you to calm down,
right? And
But no, that was my cream of the crop.
Yeah,
that's
a good one.
I think I know it goes against my rule of rooting for division teams, conference teams, but if I had to hitch my wagon to some team in the college football playoffs, I wouldn't mind Indiana.
Right. Of the big contenders.
The big contenders,
like
yes.
of the favorites.
Yes.
I would agree with that. Like, I mean, look, and it also goes to show like how far that program's come in 2 years. Like, if it can be Indiana, it can be almost anybody.
Yeah. It's like Rocky IV. If I could change, and you could change, everybody can change.
Yeah.
So, shall we do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle at this point? Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, Brandon. The Brewers should look at acquiring in free agency your guy that you wanted to see them trade at the deadline last year, Suarez. Not Suarez.
Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah. You gave me a name.
Because for some reason I was thinking like Robert Suarez. I'm like, I think he got signed, but
and then move Bryce Terang to shortstop and Caleb Durbin at second.
I really like that idea. I'm going to go full throttle, even though I don't think it's going to happen, just because I don't think they're going to spend that money.
Mm-hmm.
But
would you like that over? Let's just have fun with this over Alex Bregman.
I think I would prefer Alex Bregman. I mean, these are both unrealistic options, I think.
Yeah.
But if we're going to go that route, like I would prefer Bregman. He's a little younger. I think he's maybe a little more of the type of player the Brewers would want, where he's still he's defensively, solid at third. He's a better defender than Eugenio Suarez at this point, but like he's got so much postseason experience. I think he would fit in well in that way. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if they wanted to go throw a couple years at Eugenio Suarez and let him be a big power bat in the middle of that lineup, he would get no complaints from me. I'd be full throttle on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. Or I'm right with you. I saw, now this isn't really a rumor, it was just an idea somebody threw out there. Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. You would be good, or you would be happy, however you want to phrase it. Freddie Peralta for Jazz Chisholm from the Yankees. Is that enough in return?
How much control does Chisholm have left?
Let me look that up. I'll look that up.
Because that's interesting.
He does give you a little bit of power.
Right, there's power. And because he's played second base, he's done some outfield.
Arbitration in 2026.
Okay, so he's obviously still under control. I'm just kind of curious when he's a free agent.
So I think that's arbitration 3. So I think he'd be a free agent after that.
So 1 for 1. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong. He would definitely help the team, but I feel
like that's almost neutral at that point.
It is. I mean, that's you're swapping one guy for one, a really good player for 1 year for a really good player for 1 year. So I get it. I just don't know. I'm going to pump the brakes because I don't know if the Brewers would do that.
Yeah.
I feel like they would want a little bit more control out of the return they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
So
I would agree.
Even though, again, no disrespect to Jazz as a player. It's just that I just don't know if that's how the Brewers would operate in that spot.
Yeah, I think now that I looked at that too, I mean, like you said, it's 1 for 1.
For 2 years, I would be tempted.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you kind of see, maybe by the end, even by the end of next year, it's like, well, how far along are those other middle infielder prospects where if suddenly Jesus Mata is knocking on the door, it's like, well, maybe then you deal him.
Yeah.
But I don't think so, just for the control factor.
We're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail later on, but I want to bring this up for a Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle. Giannis talked with the media yesterday, and one of the questions I was reading from Jim Ozarski, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Before you got hurt, there was a report December 3rd about you and your agent talking to the Bucks about your future and whether or not you wanted to be here or not. What did you make of that report? Giannis responds, I didn't hear about the report. Again, if my agent is talking to the Bucks about it, he is his own person. He can have any conversation he wants about it. At the end of the day, I don't work for my agent. My agent works for me. That just seems like, okay, I have an issue with how that sounds because you're saying my agent can talk to whoever he wants, but he works for me. Well, can't you tell him not, you know what I'm going at?
I do, yeah.
So, and then he goes on to say, and there's going to be conversations that are going to be made between him and the Bucks and him and his other players and him and other teams and other GMs, executives around the league. It's something that you can't control. But you just said he works for you.
Right.
So you could control that.
Right.
So Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. I feel like Giannis, from some of this stuff, he does want out. He is looking. He is open to this. Because I feel like comments like that is just like, do you know what you're saying right now?
Right. I would say full throttle on that.
Yeah.
And, it's unfortunate because we're getting to that, we're kind of getting to that point where it just seems like it's more and more likely that's possible. And look, if it's going to happen, if the Bucks are going to deal Giannis, it needs to be this year.
Yeah,
because you need to maximize the return.
Yep.
So yeah, I would agree with what you said. I would go full throttle. That like you're not set like it. I get it. He's not going to want to try to upset much, but like he kind of is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like he's trying to play coy or play it off and not really answer. But I feel like now, the more he answers it this way, the more it's telling.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, you just said that, your agent could talk to anybody, which is true.
Yeah.
But you say you can't control it, but then you make a point saying your agent works for you, that you don't work for your agent. I'm like, this is like Pong back and forth. Like, you're taking a page out of the Rodgers and Brett Favre book almost with a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
And it's just, it's sad. It's frustrating, but I'm more resigned to the fact now. I think that he probably does want out, or he's at least more open to it than years past. Otherwise, why not just say, specifically, he has plenty of opportunities to say, I want to be here, instead of saying, I'm locked in. I'm locked in with my teammates. I'm locked in and trying to get healthy and get back out there. That's not saying I want to be here.
Right.
It's not.
Right.
And then, kind of having fun with it, saying, I'm the hottest chick now, with all the talks about, Giannis going here and Giannis going there. I'm like, dude, it just, no. It's, now I'm getting to the point where I'm getting a little irritated. Like, I threw out earlier in the week, like, from 0 to Aaron Rodgers level, where Packers fans are like, okay, just go.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, and I don't want to get, and I don't want to get to that point, because I think the world of Giannis. It is not a stretch to say Giannis saved basketball in Milwaukee.
Yes. Yep.
There's a non-zero chance that if Giannis does not become Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks are not still in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just kind of getting to that point. And then you see, obviously a couple of the games this week, like, dropping games you really shouldn't. Like, if you're if you're trading Giannis, you probably should do this anyway, but I understand why they wouldn't. You got to dump Doc Rivers.
Yeah.
Like, and you just start over.
I feel like now, okay, I'll make this a pump the brakes full throttle. We shouldn't just make this our Bucks thing. Pump the brakes full throttle. I feel like, especially after last night's game, Doc's lost.
Yeah. Yep.
But he has, you're throwing spaghetti at a wall and trying to figure out what's working right now. Like, there is no rhyme or reason or consistency to any of this stuff.
It looks like, it seems like he's just trying to find something.
Yeah.
And many times when that happens, it's already kind of gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at last night, Jericho Sims starting, which I don't have a problem with Jericho Sims.
No.
But playing 30 minutes and then, it's, you're splitting up Kevin Porter Jr. and Ryan Rods, who may be your best scorers right now. And it's
right.
like, what are we doing with these rotations? And I feel like that's been a thing with Doc since he's been specifically with the Bucks, has been rotations.
Right.
And I just feel like, I'll ask you this, what I threw out yesterday with the whole Giannis thing. If Giannis comes to you, you're John Horst, you're the Bucks decision makers, and he says, and there's this stuff about Doc should they, if he says, I will stay if you keep Doc, what do you do? Right?
Right. Like, because if you don't believe in your coach, like, man, that's tough.
I almost feel like you're stuck with Doc then.
Yeah.
If that means you get to keep Giannis, if Giannis says, I will sign an extension right now if you keep Doc.
Then you kind of weigh how much is keeping Giannis versus, like, if you just don't believe if you don't believe in your coach, like, you just don't believe anything's going to ever happen, like, are you fine keeping a coach that you just don't absolutely believe in because you want to keep an outstanding player? It wouldn't probably be the first time that's happened, but right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I hate to say it because I think they do need to make a change, but
right.
I think you have to bite your tongue at that point, and you keep Doc if that means keeping Giannis at this point until he signs that extension, and then you say,
"Oh my gosh!" But can you do that?
Right. That's the other thing too.
At the very least, then maybe if you're going to do that, then if this extension is being signed during the year, do you just wait till after the year to fire him then?
Probably.
But yeah.
I saw Brian Windhorst, and I'm not the biggest Brian Windhorst fan in that, but I kind of agree with what he said the other day. the Bucks haven't failed Giannis. It's just Giannis has outlasted their competitive window.
That's
I
fair.
could kind of see
Yeah,
that.
because you can't blame the Bucks for not trying.
Right.
They've tried.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of, at this point, pretty much pushed all the buttons they can.
Right. I mean, they have done everything.
Yeah,
to
it's just
pacify.
in some ways it's just kind of been snake bit with some of the injuries and stuff like that. It just hasn't worked.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about when you take big swings, sometimes you miss.
Right. No, I totally agree with that. So it's when you hear the reports all week too about their big game hunting, as one general manager apparently said, and you got the Zach Levines and you got the Grants and all that. Our last pump the brakes full throttle question I'll throw out there is pump the brakes full throttle. You feel more confident that the Bucks at this point right now will trade for one of those players. Whether you think they're a big game or not, one of those players rather than trading Giannis this season.
I think they would. So I will go full throttle that they would try one more move before they trade Giannis. I don't know if I agree with that, but I think that's what they would do.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
And and even though I don't agree with it, I can't blame them for wanting to do everything they possibly can to make it work with Giannis staying in Milwaukee. I'm not going to be mad at them for wanting to, keep, a generational talent.
Yep.
So I can't, even though I don't know if I agree with it, them taking one more swim, I can't be mad at them for trying it because so many times teams don't try.
Right.
And I can't be mad at them for wanting to try to do it.
Right. No, I would agree with it too. It's like, because as soon as Giannis goes, it's going to be a few years of resetting.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't have first-round picks, a lot of them.
But here's the thing. You'll get some back.
Yeah, you'll get some back.
Whatever that trade is, you will get that back, plus I'm sure some younger players with some skill.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be a process. It's going to be changing. It's going to be a process.
What was it when the Bucks first started out? What was that phrase they were using? Remember that?
Well, you got to own the future.
Own the future. That's what it was. Yeah. So are we going to bring that back?
Own the future.
Own the future.
I like the let it fly era, where there's just let it fly.
Yep. What was the I mean, that was somebody's nickname, right?
Well,
was that Phillies?
That was Philly. They always had trust the process.
Trust the
process.
process,
The process didn't work. Which I always get a little irritated about that because the first person I heard utter that phrase in that way was not. I think it was not in Philadelphia. It was Dayton Moore, the GM of the Royals, and they actually won doing it. So whenever people bring that up, I'm like, actually, Kansas City Royals were kind of trust the process before the Sixers were.
Yeah. So, all right, that's your Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Again, brought to you by AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Don't forget, you got a couple days left for AJM Automotive too, because they want to give away a free snow plow for the rest of the season. All right, so they want to help out a coach or somebody who volunteers a lot of time for certain programs and such. So if you know somebody who's like, hey, this person could really use that because they dedicate a lot of time volunteering or they're just an awesome coach, hit me up with an email. Got a couple days left, and then we're going to select that one person who is going to be able to get their driveway plowed thanks to AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. So, all right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Badger volleyball did fall last night in their Final Four match to Kentucky. Went 5 sets. Wisconsin had the advantage as such, so heartbreaking loss for Wisconsin, but nonetheless still a very successful season. And I think the thing is, too, the expectation is probably going to be the same for next year for this program.
Sure. I mean, this team went through a lot. They kind of had to reload on the fly. They did it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to still have some. I mean, they're going to have some good players coming back. They're going to be bringing in some, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Via means of recruiting and also the portal. Like, at this point, like and this is a good thing. But like, this is what the program and Kelly Sheffield have established. Like, this is the expectation.
Yes.
Like, when they won on Sunday, it was like, hey, this is awesome. But it's like, it wasn't like this is unfamiliar. Like, oh no, they've done this plenty of times. Like, this is their goal. This is what they want to be doing.
Yep.
And this, and that's what they did. Then, unfortunately, yeah, they were up 2-1. Kentucky rallied on them, but like, it's still a tremendous year. And I mean, honestly, one of arguably the best thing Wisconsin's athletics has going right now, as far as the Badgers go. Obviously, hockey teams have something to say about that.
Yep.
But it's right
it's
there.
It's a premier program.
It is. It's a premier program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt about it. So, and I know you, speaking of college volleyball, but you got a piece up on Chippewa Herald too.
Right.
I mean, we look at the last few years at just how college volleyball from D1, D3, whatever, has just exploded in popularity.
Yes.
I mean, amazing games.
Love the fact that like Sunday, because actually, a lot of people. I mean, I was watching the Packer game as well, but I was actually flipping between that and Nebraska Texas A&M game.
Mm-hmm.
So I was on, and that was on ABC, and we're just being able to watch that, and the championship game Sunday is on ABC. Like, visibility is so important.
Yeah,
and it's cool because volleyball is such a. I feel like it's one of the arguably the best spectator sport because, for the most part, it's pretty easy to follow.
Yeah.
Like it's action packed. It's easy to keep track of. You may not know all the rules, but there's even been some changes made that kind of with the changing of the double touch rule and stuff like that, where it's easier to follow. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those games where even if you're not a volleyball fan or you don't know much about the game, you can sit down and watch one of those because you can just tell oh wow, these gals are fantastic. And I even in high school, to me, it's one of my favorite sports to follow because it's so, it's so fun to follow. It's so energetic. There's so many swings that go with it. It's just, to me, one of the ideal spectator sports.
Right.
And it's cool to see it just getting that extra kind of buzz and hype behind it that it deserves.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, but the Rats National Championship coming up on Sunday, so a couple days off
Kentucky
here.
and Texas A&M all SEC final. I mean, Texas
A&M, yeah.
They were someone else I was kind of considering for the cream of the crop. Just watching a lot of that Nebraska game, how they got up early and then they had to rally and then look. I don't know what the percentage is, but if you go up 2-0 and then you give up the next 2 sets, I feel like the odds of you also dropping that 5th set seem like they have to be pretty high.
Right.
At least that's what I feel like I've seen over the years a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But for them to rally the way they did and then to come back and then beat Pitt, beat a top seed.
Yeah.
That Texas A&M team, they were a 3 seed, but they're playing really well right now.
A lot of momentum and confidence with
and
that
that matters.
Group, so.
Volleyball, that matters as much as any sport.
Exactly. So, all right. So we got to take a. What is that? I got some stuff got moved around here. Hold on a second. We got to take a quick break. Why is that all messed up? Oh, you got to love computers, dude. All right. Here we go. Let's take a quick break here. And then, we'll be back on time here then. So trying to catch up a little bit here. So we'll be right back after these quick words. Make your holidays merry and bright with a trip to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh holiday hams and turkeys to seasonal produce, bakery treats, and all your favorite pantry staples, Hy-Vee has everything you need for festive meals and gatherings. Their friendly staff is ready to help you find the perfect ingredients, and weekly specials make holiday shopping easy on your budget. Hy-Vee, bringing freshness, value, and holiday cheer to your kitchen this season. So we've got, the final 3 weeks of the NFL season officially kicked off last night with that thrilling game between the Rams and the Seahawks here. And when you look at where the schedule's at for this weekend, I mean, it's set up to have some more really, really good matchups here. A lot of divisional matchups. I mean, it starts tomorrow night. No offense to Philly and Washington. But,
oh, come on now.
You got Green Bay and Chicago. I mean, you look at Tampa Bay at Carolina for the NFC South. I mean, I would throw in New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh at Detroit. I mean, games, Jacksonville, Denver for crying out loud. So, I mean, there's games with a lot of implications here. A lot of teams could potentially clinch spots. We went through the playoff clinching scenarios. A lot of them in the NFC depend on if the Lions lose. If the Lions lose, a lot of teams could potentially clinch.
A lot of teams are not cheering for Detroit on Sunday.
No, so come on, Aaron. Well, first of all, Green Bay's got to take care of their business. Beat Chicago. And then if Aaron and the Steelers beat Detroit, Green Bay will clinch a spot. Or Green Bay and Chicago can tie, and then Lions lose. Both Chicago and Green Bay.
Two ties.
We're going to go back to like the 60s or something with some ties.
They would have a record that looked like a hockey team.
Yeah. So, I want to get your thoughts on this, being a Minnesota fan and that, but, with no Micah Parsons for Green Bay, now obviously there's a lot of fans calling the season over with and such. Let me ask you this simple question. Does Green Bay still have enough talent to get to the postseason and maybe make a little bit of a run to the postseason?
I think so. I think it's just going to put a little bit more on the offense.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's going to put a little bit more on the rest. I would say the rest of those pass rushers on defense. Could put more on Rashawn Gary, put more on Lucas Van Ness, Kingsley Enagbare, those guys that, they were able to thrive, some more than others as kind of complementary pieces. Because, I mean, Micah Parsons is just he's a one-of-one kind of guy.
Yeah.
You're not going to just replace him. So you're just going to need, some guys giving you 2-3 games, where they're kind of playing above their head a little bit, which, can happen. I mean, we've seen it before, postseason heroes that, just kind of it clicks for them in a couple games. But I just think that in general, just the margin of error goes down so much.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, I mean, in the offense, I mean, obviously they're a little banged up too, but, they're going to have to, carry a little bit more of the load.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It should be a fantastic matchup tomorrow night. A lot of
that. I mean, a Saturday night, obviously prime time, national TV. When you can get a rivalry like the Green Bay Packers and the potentially Gary Bears,
thank you.
You have to do it.
Thank you. So they're not moving. This is the Bears putting some pressure on. I love Kevin Warren saying this is not leverage. Yes, it is.
It 100% is. But like the timing of it before the Bears have their biggest home game in several years, for that to kind of come out, like there are no coincidences, just convergences.
Yeah.
Like that. No, that's not.
That was planned. Right?
That's not an accident.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I mean, Milwaukee might, is a
Could
nice...
you imagine? I'd see that kind of floated to some people too, like, well, maybe they just like Beloit or Janesville or something.
Yeah.
My gosh. I'm not even a Packer fan. I'm like, that would be incredibly entertaining because I could just imagine, and rightfully so.
That's what he should have did.
The amount of guff. Oh my gosh. I honestly no, because that might have just been an absolute non-starter.
Well, could you imagine though if he said Wisconsin?
I feel like that would have almost be like trying to negotiate in bad faith.
Yeah.
Because like you would really anger some people then.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But
they got a problem with Iowa. Maybe Des Moines. No.
Des Moines?
Des Moines, yeah. They got Bears over there.
The Janesville Bears. The Beloit Bears.
Beloit Bears, yeah. Can we change it? I mean, that's the other thing, too. I know there's brown, black bears, but, I mean, there's no grizzly bears around here. So, I mean, come on, figure it out, Chicago. There's no grizzly bears, so.
Bears eat beets.
Bears eat beets.
Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. How did it go?
What's the best bear?
False. Oh, now it's, now I got to get the quote. I got to get the quote.
A bear conversation, but
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. That's what it is.
But as far as the actual game goes, like,
what kind of bear is best?
Yeah, what kind of bear is best? Well, there's several schools of thought.
Yeah.
False. Black bear.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
But
we could go down a path.
We could, but like, and I'm not saying this to be ugly because this has happened obviously with the Vikings here in more recent years, but like, things are working out for the Bears. Like, things are setting up well for the Bears. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but like, I mean, the Vikings 2022 season to me is just the crown jewel of like things just kind of working out for you. But then that only can go work for so long. But like now facing the Packers, look, the Bears are beat up too. But like, no Micah Parsons. Sounds like Christian Watson will play, but like even still, he's going to be less than 100%. Same with Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
It sounds like Zach Tom and Evan Williams are probably out. Like, if you can't beat the Packers now, like, look, I mean, you can say, well, they beat him in the finale last year. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't care.
Is it to quote Pedro, just call the Packers my daddy?
Yeah. I mean, like, with all of the things that the Bears have going for them right now, and look, the last few weeks, even that loss to Green Bay, it's like, I've been like, okay, you know what? I will give this team more credit. They've won and they've been competitive in the games that I was kind of like, well, I kind of need to see it. Okay, I've seen it. But now you can't go into this game and lay an egg because then you're back to square one.
This has crossed my mind, and I don't think I'm believing this, and I'm trying not to talk myself into it. But it's like, hear me out. If Green Bay wasn't injured and Mike is still playing, I'd be really nervous about Green Bay winning this game. Now I'm like, okay, their backs are against the wall. Are they going to play? You know what I'm trying to get at? Like, they overcome the adversity aspect of it. I'd rather have Micah. Yeah. All that. But.
I don't say you can play the underdog role. You can play the no one believes in us role.
Yeah.
But, like, it's a little bit more realistic now. Although, not necessarily for me, but, a funny scenario would be, let's say the Bears win the division, and then they rematch in the playoffs and the Packers being there. Like, if I was a Bears fan, I would be terrified of that opportunity, that possibility of being the 2 seed and then having to play the Packers again and then losing.
No, and honestly, that is kind of a realistic scenario with everything. I had to look up. Bears are 1.5-point favorites. Matchup predictor gives it almost 60% Packers, which kind of surprises me a little bit. I wonder how much that line changes right when the game designation, come out.
Could be.
And I know like the questions, but like tomorrow when they come out, like who's actually like active in that, a really quick change if that switches.
Could be.
Because like I can imagine if all of a sudden Christian Watson and Josh Jacobs are not playing, that line gets bigger for Chicago.
Right.
I would imagine.
You think so?
So, but I'll be honest. I know we got to make our picks in like an hour. I still don't know where I'm going to go. Because I do think, and the thing that kind of scares me a little bit too is like, Chicago, no Rome Odunze, no Luther Burden III. They still got DJ Moore. They got their tight ends. But I just wonder.
They're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
I would be a little surprised if DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai didn't each have at least 15 carries. Like, to me, that's what this kind of game is going to be about. It's going to be, Saturday night, cold game. Like, I could see Ben Johnson saying, you know what, because I still don't think he fully trusts Caleb Williams to do everything he wants. And that's fine. That can come in time. But like, I think this could be just a game where he says, you know what? Make us make Caleb Williams beat you.
It's almost the Kyle Shanahan a few years ago where he would be happy running the ball 60 times a game, and he ran it 40 sometimes against Green Bay.
It's one of those games where I think you say, we need to do what we need to do to win this game tonight.
Yeah.
How do we win this game tonight? If I'm on offense, my first thought is we need to run the ball.
Yeah, that's what scares me is, and Ben Johnson would be completely overthinking it if he doesn't begin the game just like starting to run the football.
Right. You go 12 personnel, maybe you go 22 personnel, something like that. Especially, like you said, knowing you're down some of your receivers. You get Kmet and Loveland out there on the field at the same time, so you still have the possibility of some play action work in there. We know Caleb Williams can run on his own, too. Maybe you mix a little bit of that in there just to get him going. But, like, I would be very surprised if they just went out and said, hey, we're going to air it out.
I would
only be surprised. I would honestly, I don't think that would be a good idea.
I wonder, though, would they open a game with trying to take a deep shot?
Maybe you take a shot. It's one thing to take a shot, but, you're not going to do that the whole time.
Right. Like, do they try a big play right away just to get that? Because Chicago's going to open up with momentum.
Yeah.
They're going to
have some buzz. They're going to have some juice.
And if they have the ball in offense right away, let's say, or they get a quick, 3-and-out or something like that, do you take a quick shot play and just all right, let the floodgates open early sort of thing?
Maybe.
That's what I'd be concerned about. It's like that play action, all of a sudden, DJ Moore is going down to the sideline, or you got, one of your big tight ends going down the seam and such. So this is going to be a very interesting chess match between Jeff Hafley and Ben Johnson.
Yes.
Ben Johnson missing a couple of his receivers. Obviously, Jeff Hafley missing his best defensive player. Jeff Hafley has an opportunity to add more to his resume if he does want to become a head coach.
Right.
With this, Matt LaFleur has an opportunity to shut up some of the still doubters and haters. Same with Jordan Love. I've seen some people kind of throw this, and I would agree with it to a point. If you believe in your quarterback and you believe in your head coach, you still have you absolutely have a chance. And they were referring to Green Bay with that. You still have your quarterback. You still have your head coach. If you believe in them, you should still be able to win these games.
I agree.
So
because they're playing. I mean, over the last 3 weeks, they're playing two teams that are in the playoff contention. Obviously, the Vikings aren't, but it's these are still three talented teams.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible. It's not like they're facing Rams, Seahawks, Bills.
Right. Ravens do worry about desperate Ravens team potentially.
We'll see. Coming off this week, right now, as we kind of look ahead to Week 18, if you're kind of looking what game could be flex, right now, my number one would be Steelers-Ravens, because that could still be for the division.
Yeah.
So,
and the thing is, the Steelers are going up against a desperate Lions team, and I'm not trying to tip picks, but
yeah. And that's in
Detroit.
It's in Detroit, so you're right.
Man,
and who the Ravens got this week?
The Ravens have New England. Is that this weekend?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yep.
So,
not get easier for them either.
No, and then Ravens. That was a huge game for them last week to try to get that win, which they dominated Cincinnati and such.
Yeah,
so, but
I almost had a full throttle or pump the brakes for you.
What?
Which was Joe Burrow is not the Bengals quarterback in 2026.
I'll pump the brakes. I think that's getting a little overplayed right now.
Probably.
And here's my thing. Not to get off on a complete tangent, but Jamar Chase the other day, when he was asked about, changes and all that, he's like, I'll probably not get it. Dude, you signed the contract. If you want out, it gave the impression I don't want to be here, or I don't have any say. You signed a contract.
Well, and that's kind of the thing I was thinking of with Myles Garrett. You had the opportunity.
Right. You had the opportunity.
Literally not that long ago, you had the opportunity to say, you know what, this just isn't working. Can we work something out? Or the Browns would have gotten a haul for Myles Garrett. You signed the contract. You can't come back now and just be just kind of be the, have the poo-poo lip.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you not know this was a possibility?
Right. Great. I'd want to play with Joe Burrow too, but then it's T. Higgins also got a huge contract. Do the math.
Right.
You're going to have inefficiencies in some places.
And the Bengals are not a good organization.
No.
You have to understand the Browns are not a good organization. You have to understand that this was a possibility.
Yep.
It's not like you had a bad year with the Bills or the Packers or whoever, a team that's perennially in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's Kansas City, just a bad year.
Right.
You were lying to yourself if you didn't think this was a possibility that it was going to go this way.
Right. Got to take a quick break, but you mentioned Kansas City, and I want to throw a scenario out to you about the Chiefs here too. So we'll do that. Quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the third hour after these few words. So I want to get your thoughts on this. Obviously, we know Patrick Mahomes. Done for this year. We don't know how long he's going to be out, if at all, next year. But it presents a unique challenge for Kansas City in a win-now type of mode, right? I mean, especially if, like, Kelsey comes back or whatever. Andy Reid, as long as he's there, I would think it's a win-now mode, given age and that. You potentially have some quarterbacks available, like a Tua or a Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
You throw those out there. There was Anthony Richardson, sort of thing. If you're Kansas City, do you look at the possibility of adding one of those guys until Patrick Mahomes comes back? And if you're one of those guys, would it be smart to go there? I mean, we kind of give credit to like Sam Darnold and Mac Jones to go to the 49ers and learn under Kyle Shanahan. They've kind of Mac Jones might be available next year too. Who knows? You know, sort of thing.
I think it depends because are Tua and Kyler going to be traded versus I think and the thing with them too is going to be their contracts.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's a little bit tougher. Anthony Richardson being on the rookie deal, like to me, Anthony Richardson there would be interesting because, can you kind of go to that, Andy Reid quarterback school for a little bit?
Yeah. Yep. I think too, it's like, I don't know if I think they can. But, yeah, you're right, because trade, I mean, that's a huge contract then.
Both those guys have sizable money.
Yeah.
Both Kyler Murray and Tua have sizable money due to them. So I'm just not sure if that's, like, is the team going to trade for that or is it going to be like a Brock Osweiler situation? And that's more so Tua. Like, Kyler is more productive as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if the Dolphins want to get rid of Tua, you're almost going to have to pay a team to do it.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of going.
No one's going to be
out
there saying, you know what we need, what gets us over the top?
Mm-hmm.
Tua.
Yeah. Then you look at like Steelers situation, and I mean and I know we're way early in the draft process and stuff could change, but it's not the deepest quarterback draft coming in here. So, man, it's kind of interesting though how this is all going to play out with some of those because they're still younger. Tua and Kyler are still young,
right?
And. Yep. Could they benefit maybe just kind of taking a step back and doing the Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold approach?
Just a different situation.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a breath.
I mean, it would have to involve sucking up your ego a little bit if you're like okay, I know if I go to Kansas City, I'm not the long-term guy, but could this help me get better just to learn from Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and that system? You'd have to suck up the ego a little bit.
Sure.
And run with it. So, it's fascinating. I could see the Tua thing turning into Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, though.
Yeah.
Just because that contract is just so hard to move on from.
And now the question is, like, I think it gets a little bit easier after this year for Cousins, but it's like, will the Falcons even do that?
Yeah.
Because it's like Cousins hasn't been bad for them. Obviously, he played well against Tampa Bay, but it's like Penix has injury concerns. Mm-hmm. That was kind of a thing for him coming out of the draft too. Like, do you move on from Cousins to bring in someone else that you may not know as well? And I mean, who knows what happens if Raheem Morris is moved on from? Like, does a new coach and just say, okay, we don't want it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of storylines to kind of follow.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting quarterback offseason, and that's with, like you said, not a super deep quarterback draft class.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be more of the known commodities and what happens there.
I mean, you look at the Jets. I don't think they know what they're going to do.
They never do.
Yeah. I mentioned Steelers. It depends on Rodgers. If Rodgers plays, I think it'd be with the Steelers again.
I think so.
Let me ask you. We got, where I'm going with this.
Yep.
2 minutes left to the top here, but Minnesota.
Yeah.
JJ played better. Probably shouldn't do the gritty and piss off Kevin O'Connell. But I like that comment from Kevin O'Connell. I like what he said. I'm sure you heard it. He's like, I'd rather have seen his 40 that he keeps talking about at that.
Yeah.
Good. Because, JJ's still young, though, right?
Right.
And I'm not saying that because of Minnesota, but I think that's, a little tough love.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, no.
Yep, no problem with that. But, yeah, I'm of the belief that there's no world where J.J. McCarthy plays well enough down the stretch here where the team just says, we're set, we don't need to do anything. Where essentially they do this offseason what they did last offseason. When they didn't really bring in competition for him, they brought in what's his name? And then they traded him. He was with
Mullen.
No. I forget his name. He was with Washington, but he had played North Carolina. I forget his name. And then they traded him to the Eagles. He's back up with the Eagles. But he you could tell right away he just wasn't he wasn't a legitimate
Sam Howell.
Sam Howell.
I don't know. I had Sam Mullen in my head.
Yeah, he was.
So,
yeah, but
Sam Howell.
like to me, it's just this is all about setting the bar of like, are you going and getting? You're bringing back Carson Wentz. If it goes well for McCarthy, that to me that's like okay, we're bringing back somebody, but is it Jameis Winston, Kirk Cousins, like guys that can do it? Is it
Jacoby Brissett?
Is it or is it like he struggles and it's like okay, we need more? Is it Mac Jones? Are we giving up assets because Mac Jones still under contract next year with the 49ers? So like, are we giving up viable assets for Mac Jones? Like, there's levels to like how much or what that quarterback you're bringing in is, because if you're bringing in Kirk Cousins or you're bringing back Carson Wentz, like they probably get the idea of like, look, we'll be the backup. Like it's possible we may push it, but it's probably his team versus we're bringing in someone that has a legitimate chance to beat out J.J. McCarthy.
And I don't think even like with you mentioned the Kirk Cousins, I don't know if anybody would trade because it is a huge
It's
cap
a big deal.
hit.
No, it would be he's
He'd
released.
have to be
and then,
released.
Yep, I would
I
agree.
think I read somewhere it was like a 57 cap hit.
No
team's going to take that on.
No.
You'd have to release him and pick him up.
So that's kind of what I look for out of this. And through the first couple games, J.J. McCarthy has cleared the low bar of he hasn't played very good defenses, but he's played well. That's kind of the thing again this year or this weekend with the Giants. Even though the Giants have some pass rushers, that's kind of the thing the last 2 weeks they haven't really seen is like legitimate like werewolves that get after the quarterback. And then it's almost like a dress rehearsal. And then I look at Detroit and Green Bay as things stand right now as the big tests. But who knows? We get to week 18. Green Bay might be in a spot where they're kind of locked into where they are.
Yeah.
So they might not play anybody.
Yeah.
If Detroit loses this weekend, I mean, they might be out of the playoffs. They'll still be playing because it's the second to last week of the year. But like, it's not the same. Like,
right. Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm just interesting to see kind of how it looks from here on out.
All right, we got plenty more football talk coming up in the final hour. Stick around. We'll be back after these news updates. Final hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning, December 19th. Thanks for hanging out with us all morning long. Got one more hour with us. Power through it, peeps. Plenty of football coming up. Football chat coming up. And we got some nice bowl games coming up here, too. You buying the Wilbon talk about Alabama's going to lose and then Caleb DeBoer is going to go bolt for Michigan?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, that Michigan situation's messy. Like, I had seen it suggested, and obviously, I'm going to like this idea, at least from an idea standpoint of, does Michigan, because I don't know if you saw, but Kyle Whittingham stepped down from Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Does he go there for a year and allow Michigan more time to kind of peruse the landscape? But I do agree, and I think it was yesterday that Jim Rome said, you cannot bring in another Michigan man. You cannot bring in they made, obviously with Harbaugh and then Sherrone Moore, they made such a big deal about Michigan man, blah, 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 blah. But like when you look at, obviously Jim Harbaugh won a national championship, but there's kind of some circumstances around that too with the whole Connor Stallion stuff and all that stuff. And then obviously with all the Sherrone Moore stuff, it's like, you can't
So what you're saying is they should
go
not
back to the well.
They should not bring in Packers offensive coordinator Adam Stenavich, who is a Michigan man.
He is.
Marshfield native.
I was saying Marshfield native too, yeah.
Yeah.
I've said before, just for entertainment's sake, especially in light of events, Urban Meyer would be the most entertaining option to me. But
he would never do that.
That ain't happening.
I don't know if they could pay him enough.
That
ain't
ain't happening. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because you've seen some of the names that are always out there: Jed Fish, Kenny Dillingham, guys like that. But I honestly just don't know.
I'm with you, man. I don't have a really good idea of
But I would agree with what Rome said. You can't bring in another Michigan guy.
Yeah. I
don't think Lloyd Carr's walking through that door.
No. Interesting. And I don't know if there'd be an NFL person that would jump.
I don't know.
And you can't really promote somebody on the team to take full over, can you?
Because of Biff Poggi.
Yeah.
If you've never seen Biff Poggi, he looks like exactly you would imagine a guy named Biff Poggi looks like.
Mm-hmm. That would almost feel like you do that. It almost feel like the Ed Orgeron, interim.
Yeah.
And then he kind of sticks around a couple years and
maybe it's Ed.
But maybe it is Ed. That would be funny. Oh man. I don't know if he'd like the cold weather though.
That's true. It'd be a little bit tougher to go shirtless, but
yeah. Yep. He'd really show how tough he is though.
That's true.
So looking at this slate of NFL games that we have here though, dude, besides maybe Packers, that's going to freak me out because I can see you doing that now.
I'm looking at schedule.
I'm looking at the NFL playoff machine right now,
and I was wondering if you're gonna do that because I think I got to crank it up too for our picks and stuff. So because we got to do it.
Yep. We've got which matchup besides Packers Bears intrigues you the most?
I would probably say Vikings Giants. No.
Because let's go through the finalists here.
Yep,
or you got Tampa at Carolina. I'd throw Jacksonville and Denver in there. Pittsburgh at Detroit. New England at Baltimore. Do you throw San Francisco and the Colts in there?
Probably, yeah. I'm almost thinking Jacksonville, Denver.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to me because I will be honest. I was impressed when I saw Denver last week, especially at Bo Nix. Bo Nix made throws to win that game. Mm-hmm. And Jacksonville has kind of put it together here. Rematch of the 96 divisional round game where Jacksonville knocked off Denver?
Yes.
Where they upset them.
Yeah, because then
that was when you had the two expansion teams that both lost in the championship games.
Yep.
But this the last few weeks, I kind of want to see. It's almost like at this point you're grading the progress of Trevor Lawrence because he's been really, really good the last 3 weeks or so.
Mm-hmm.
But is this just a blip on the radar? Is this just 3 good weeks? Or is this okay, this is finally Trevor Lawrence putting it together the way we kind of all thought he would when he was, a number one pick and the, generational talent kind of a guy. So that Jacksonville game to me is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bummed that because last week the nice thing about the layout for the games is we had double headers.
Yeah.
We don't have that this week. Because I would love to be able to have that, Jacksonville-Denver game, and I think Pittsburgh and Detroit is the game that's on around here. I would love to have both those games to be able to watch.
Yes, I would agree.
I mean, I get why they do it, but that's something I would like to see the NFL do. It doesn't have to be every week, but like weeks like this, when you have a legitimate, it's one thing when Fox has one late game and it's Atlanta, Arizona. That's fine. I don't need to see that.
Right.
But in a case like this where you got two legitimate big-time, second window games, I want to see them. But I'm going to go Jacksonville, Denver.
I think, too, like Jacksonville, there's probably still a lot of people like, okay, are they good? How good are they? Sort of feeling. So this would be a great signature win for them, and honestly, probably really put Liam Cohen. He should be in the Coach of the Year conversation, but he would really put him into that. I could agree with that. It's not the greatest, in terms of win-loss, but I'm looking at Tampa Bay and Carolina, and what an opportunity for Carolina here.
Right. I mean,
I know you.
I'm just saying, going back to last week when we made our picks, I said I picked Carolina, but I had that feeling because I'm like, New Orleans is playing better. It's like that's just kind of been Carolina's MO. That's just kind of been the NFC South's MO where nobody wants it.
Yeah.
And you're right. This week Carolina has the goldenest of opportunities to take control. Do they bounce back? Like they've had some clunkers, but it seems like they've always been kind of able to pull themselves up after they've had those clunkers.
Mm-hmm. Right now, who would you give Coach of the Year award to? Because I think after last night too, you put Mike McDonald. If especially like if Seattle goes to get the 1 seed, I think he gets in there.
That's tough. Yeah.
Vrabel.
Yeah. Vrabel. I mean, it obviously depends on how Carolina finishes. If they run the
Jacksonville, Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, depending, Chicago and that.
Yeah.
Can I give you a wild card and you could tell me how wrong I am? Kyle Shanahan. Just because this is what I want to see Green Bay do. 49ers lost Nick Bosa. They lost Fred Warner. And it is not out of the realm. The 49ers can still finish with the 1 seed.
Wow.
They're 10-4 right now in that division. They got the Colts this weekend. Then they host the Bears. And then they face Seattle in that final game.
Yeah.
There is a scenario that it could still happen where the 49ers could be the 1 seed. Now, I think the Rams would have to lose out.
Yeah.
Or maybe lose just one more game because they're 11-4 right now. Yeah, I think just one more game they would have to lose out. San Francisco would have to win out, obviously. But think about that. And that's where I said this is what I want Green Bay to do. San Francisco arguably lost their 2 best defensive players. You could say 2 of the best at their respective positions, right? When Nick Bosa is healthy and he's on, he's a fantastic pass rusher. Fred Warner is one of the best inside linebackers, or one of the best linebackers, and they're 10-4. And you really haven't heard them use it as an excuse. They've played a backup quarterback a few times. Brandon Ayuk is MIA.
Yeah.
And here they are, 10-4.
Yeah.
In a prime spot.
If they close and won the 1 seed, I could see that.
Yeah. I hate saying it because I'm not a 49ers fan.
Right, but
you cannot argue that. Name a lot of other teams that could navigate those waters with all those injuries, and the whole wide receiver thing with Ayuk is just weird. Yeah, I know McCaffrey's there and he's playing great. George Kittle, whatever. You still got guys.
Right, and look, the thing that helps, and this is not being a hater, but this is legitimate. 49ers playing a 4th place schedule this year.
Oh.
I mean, that I don't think that would make the difference in him possibly winning it or not, but like, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, and honestly, that's something like as a Vikings fan, 2026, I'm looking forward to is Vikings having a 4th place schedule and playing right now would be the Giants. It would be the Cardinals.
No, I think our division plays the AFC East because I did look that up the other day. So that'd be Buffalo, that'd be New England.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be easy, but then in the New Orleans, like, and I think they play. I think that North would play the South because this year was the East. And I think last year was the West. So then
you're talking NFC.
Yeah, I'm talking about NFC North. So like
NFC South.
Yeah,
because I was talking AFC East. They play. So yeah, NFC South.
And then whoever the extra 17th game crossover AFC team is.
Yeah, but again, the NFC South Would it surprise you if some team next year all of a sudden just explodes
No.
where the hell did they come from?
Like the Saints?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I mean,
So the Saints are 3 games out of first place in the NFC South.
maybe we should give the award to Kellen Moore for what.
There's no way they can do it, but is there a way the Saints No, they can't because
If you would have said,
I kind of want to go through the playoff machine just to see how close can the Saints get.
if you would have said the Saints would have more wins than the Raiders and Pete Carroll,
I'm a little surprised.
yeah. And it's not to say I thought the Raiders were going to be great. I thought Pete Carroll would have at least added stability to that.
I thought he would have raised the floor.
Yeah.
That offense there has been awful. Awful, which is surprising.
Because I think when we were at the draft, we were like that Ashton Genty pick with the Raiders. It's just like, okay, Pete Carroll wants to run the football.
He got Marshawn Lynch.
Yes. It is not gone. And then he brings in Geno Smith.
Well, but then, if you want to do that, and then you bring in Chip
Kelly.
That was just, I don't know, that just was kind of an odd dichotomy there.
Yep.
So, but we'll see. Is Pete Carroll going to be around, or is he going to be a one and done?
Yeah. And then it just kind of, I go to the question, did Pete Carroll have a lot of say in bringing in Chip Kelly?
Yeah. Good question.
Because when I think of what it was announced, that kind of seemed weird.
That doesn't seem like his MO.
Yeah.
And I don't think he would be the guy that would say, oh, that's not my guy.
Right.
He would go with the flow. But, is this, if he hasn't already, does the Davis family allow Tom Brady to flex a little bit more of his muscle now?
Because that seems like a Tom Brady pick, didn't it? A little bit.
Maybe, yeah. But then do they say, okay, look, thank you, Pete, but this isn't working. They're going to go and try to find their guy.
Yep. Kind of reset.
A little bit, yeah. If they lose out, they have a shot to have the number 1 pick. And if they have the number 2 pick and Tennessee's got number 1, Tennessee's not going to take quarterback.
No.
So they could land a Fernando Mendoza.
Is he a franchise quarterback?
I don't know, but he's probably going to be the top quarterback taken. It's like him, Dante Moore,
Could that be a situation where we finally see maybe a guy who's drafted number 1, number 2, and they sit a year?
Maybe.
Get back to that.
Maybe.
Because
I think Geno Smith is a lot better than he's played this year, and I don't put that all on him.
Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm kind of going at. I go to the Michael Vick era where they had Chris Chandler yet, I think, right?
Oh, and then, there's so many examples of.
Or Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith.
Dante Culpepper. His first year, he sat in 1999. He sat behind Randall Cunningham and Jeff George. He was the number 3.
Tom Brady sat.
Right. It would be a good thing, I think.
Yeah.
But
you have to have that system in place.
You have to have the quarterback. You have to have the floor of the number 1 quarterback that allows you to do it because they're not playing awful.
Right.
And you have to have the patience.
Yep. And I think the franchise again.
Yeah.
Do you have that right coaching staff, that ability to help them out?
Right.
You know.
And if you're resetting, I'm a big believer that you need to have your quarterback and your coach on the same timeline.
Yes.
It's Ben Johnson. For him, good for him. He's bucked that twin because the Bears have been in that purgatory forever of draft a quarterback, then the coach gets fired, then the new coach doesn't necessarily have the same connection to the old quarterback, so they get rid of the old quarterback, then they draft their own then they get fired. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if you clean house, I almost feel like if you end up in a spot where you can get that one, or you end up at that 1 or 2 pick, you fire your coach. It's weird to say you don't base it off that, but because then you can pair Fernando Mendoza, assuming that's who it is, with whoever your new coach is, versus if you're Pete Carroll and you draft him and then you have another bad year, Pete Carroll's probably getting fired, and then you bring in a new coach, and guess what? He may not like Fernando Mendoza.
Mm-hmm. Or you just try to hire Kurt Cignetti as your NFL coach and bring in
Google him.
Google him.
My goodness, would that be something?
Wow.
But I don't see that happening.
I don't either.
But that's kind of my thinking there.
Mm-hmm. No, man, this is going to be. I know it will probably shake out, but
we always say it's going to be very interesting. But there's layers here.
And then you go to Tennessee. I know Mike McCarthy's name's getting really floated around because they don't want to waste that Cam Ward pick. They want a quarterback guy who's proven.
They want to give him a shot to develop.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like you hire Mike McCarthy. McCarthy has to know, okay, I'm not here to win a Super Bowl. Probably, I'm here to. Right. But remember, the guy making decisions now in Tennessee did come from Green Bay, from that front office. But again, This would be the third head coaching, and that's rare for coaches to get a third shot. And it's not like Mike McCarthy did anything. I would say did not do anything in Dallas to get fired. You know, I don't think
it just kind of
Green Bay was timed. That was like an Andy Reid sort of feel where it was timed.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I would agree.
But interesting. Arizona 2 at 3-11,
and Jonathan Gant, like
Giants 2-12. They ain't getting a quarterback.
no,
They're gonna roll with Jackson.
No,
Dart.
they're gonna. I mean, Jackson Dart played well. It's just he's in concussion protocol every game. Like,
and this is the thing that's like mind-boggling to me, where they're like, yeah, we're not going to ask him to change too much. You should.
Kind of better.
I mean, I get it. You don't want to go away from what you do well and running and all that, but I mean, come on now.
You can still run. You just got to be smart.
Right.
You know, look at I mean, not even like Josh Allen because he's just a massive human being. Like Lamar Jackson, he is so smart with how he runs. He doesn't take big hits, and Jackson Dart's not Lamar Jackson, but you can learn from that.
Yes.
Get your yards because running the ball is a part of what you do. Then get down.
I think if you're Jackson Dart, give a call to Steve Young.
Yes.
Go talk to him about this stuff.
Yes.
And see what Steve has to say. It would be a bad person to kind of get some feedback from. So, man. I'm just looking at this. I don't know why I'm looking at your computer because I have the same thing up right now. But
I'm waiting on this, and because
we'll do our picks for the playoff machine too. So.
Well, yeah, we're not going to be able to do our annual for week 18. Well, maybe we'll figure it out.
Maybe we'll do a remote podcast.
We'll figure it out. We'll make it work because that's how we always love doing, and I love doing that. When we pick the schedule week 18, and then we get the playoff pairings based on the glorious playoff machine, and then we pick the schedule for the first round of the playoffs.
Just because. Let me double check. Yeah, you're right. No, we will. I'll be here on January 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Brad.
Okay, Dan. Dan, okay. Okay. So,
wait. Yeah. Why did it pop up for this way? Hold on a second. Because that's when the last weekend games are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We'll be here. No worries.
Okay. I didn't know that.
No worries.
Okay.
Yep. No, I'll be here.
Okay.
That's my first day back. So.
Okay. I didn't know that. Good.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll be good. No, calm down.
Okay.
Hey, really quick, because we are talking Packers, Bears, and such. You look at the Bears schedule, though. Packers, how important is this game for them? Because then they've got San Francisco, and then they finish up with Detroit.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, it's not completely out of the realm. They could go 10-7 and lose these next three, right?
They certainly could.
I don't know how that would affect playoff.
We have to.
I would think that would knock them out if they go 10-7. That means San Francisco would have beaten them, Green Bay would have beaten them,
and Detroit would have beaten them. If Detroit won one more game, they would have the tiebreaker because they would have won both.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Detroit would need to win two of the last three. Well, they would need to win one of two that wasn't them. So they would either need to beat Pittsburgh or beat Minnesota.
Plus the last game against Chicago.
Yeah, plus. Yeah. I mean, assuming they did.
Yeah.
Because if we were assuming Chicago's 10-7. So yeah, there's still a world where the Bears lose out and they go 10-7 and they miss playoffs.
Is there a world where they lose 2 out of 3?
Chicago?
And miss the playoffs?
That I don't know.
That I don't know either. I don't think so because if they just have to clinch.
I don't know. Yeah, because I don't think so.
I'm just going to do this very generically.
Yeah, I don't think if they get to 11 wins, they can miss.
And I'm not factoring in tiebreakers here.
Because Detroit could not get to 11 wins as well.
Right.
So Detroit, I feel like Detroit would be outside looking in.
Let's do. Yeah. Okay. Come on, go in order, guys. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I don't think so.
That's interesting here, though. So I didn't do this. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right. Never mind. So, all right, we got to take a quick break. I forgot to make one pick. We'll get to our picks coming up a little bit later on. Let's talk some more football coming up after these quick words. When you look at the various playoff clinching scenarios for like the NFC and you see all these teams that could potentially clinch this weekend, you would think it'd be kind of easy, but really it's not, right? I mean, when I got that email from the NFL this week about clinching scenarios, and I'm like, oh, okay. So, but then you really break it down and it's like, oh, this is tough. So like, just to kind of refresh it. So NFC, the Rams already clinched a spot. So this was before last night. Philadelphia clinches it with a win or a Dallas loss. I'm not going to go through ties, even though it could factor in. Chicago gets it with a win plus a Detroit loss. Green Bay gets it with a win plus a Detroit loss. San Francisco gets in with a win or a Detroit loss. Seattle clinches playoff spot. And before last night, it was either with a win or a Detroit loss. So,
lots of people hoping for a Detroit downfall.
Yeah. I mean, if Detroit loses to Pittsburgh, it does open up the door quite a bit, I would say. Even like Chicago, Green Bay, so the loser of that game, if Detroit loses on Sunday, you're probably feeling better.
You're in good shape.
You're feeling pretty well. So a lot is riding on that, but it's at Detroit. And without TJ Watt in that Steelers defense, I'd be a little bit nervous. So
yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to play the Dolphins in sub 40-degree temperatures the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Tua is just goofing around. What did you make of that? I know a lot of people. So after the game, he was like laughing on the field with Jalen Ramsey and such. And I know like J.J. Watt said it's not a good optic. It's not a good look.
It's not. It's not a good optic.
I mean, I get it. That's your former teammate. But yeah, I think J.J. made a good point. Like, you just lost a game and now you're out of the postseason. There's probably a time and a place for that, especially like they were like the only two or like really late. Usually the quarterbacks just kind of go through and then go do the tunnel or locker room and that. So I know a lot gets made about that stuff, but yeah, that probably wasn't the greatest optic. I don't know if that's what led to the benching. But.
Right. No, I think it was time.
And I'm glad they're going with Quinn Ewers instead of Zach Wilson.
And even though Zach Wilson can't understand it.
Yeah. But I get it. It's like you might as well play the rookie and see what you got.
Right. At this point, I mean, we know what Zach Wilson is at this point. Like, you might as well, who knows? Maybe Quinn Ewers lights it up.
I mean, that makes it interesting for next year then because Quinn Ewers is I know we talked about this in the draft, but I mean, he is such an interesting prospect from the last few years. I mean, he was kind of the very first NIL guy, right? I mean, going from Ohio State to Texas, moving to try to collect some money, and then he goes to Texas, and it's like, but then he's a 7th-round draft pick. So I'm curious to see how this works. I think what helps him though is he's got a coach like Mike McDaniel to maybe put him in a better spot, and he's got some options on the offensive side. So why not see what you got with him? But I do think the Dolphins then will have to make a decision. It's either Tua or Mike McDaniel next year. Yeah,
and if it comes down to that, I mean if it's either or, I go Mike McDaniel. Mm-hmm. I'm at this point I don't need to see any more for Tua.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just you're gonna have to bite the bullet.
It's messy. Mm-hmm. It's messy.
Just think too, that was Tua and Jordan Love signed their contracts right next to each other, same agent. Which one's worked out better so far? I think that's pretty clear, isn't it?
I mean, I think first and foremost, it worked out best for the agent.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, but. Looking at, I want to save our picks, so that's why I don't really want to get into Packers Bears. I want to
I want to jump onto this playoff machine, but I don't want to tip my picks to you because that matters.
It does. So, last call for any predictions or picks for this weekend's games and that. But let me ask you this then: for this Packers Bears game, who's it more important for? And you got to factor in the rest of the schedule. So we know Bears have Packers, 49ers, Lions. Packers is Bears, Ravens, Vikings. Right now, Bears have the advantage, 10-4, Packers 9-4-1. That stupid tie. Well, I actually could help.
If I'm a Packer fan, I'm glad to have that tie.
I'd rather have the win.
Yeah, but you could have had the loss.
That's the thing too.
You could have had the loss if the Dallas clock operator was a little bit more homerish. At least make the play. But I'm going to say Chicago because I think coming off this week for the Packers, like it's just, if you go down to Chicago and you win, it's such a tremendous lift. But man, it's such a gut punch for Chicago if you lose.
I would agree.
If you have this hype, you see, and look, I mean, you don't cheer for people to get hurt and stuff like that, but you see there's an opportunity.
You're Chicago. You see a wounded warrior right now.
Correct. Yeah. You see a wounded deer, and you got the chance. Like if you can't do it, and then like
and
you said,
you're at home.
Yeah, and you're at home. No, and then you play San Francisco and Detroit. Like, man, if you don't do it here, you're going to feel like you really missed an opportunity. Green Bay could lose, still win, last couple games. Heck, could lose and still win one of the last 2 games. Say they, beat Baltimore and lose to Minnesota or vice versa. And probably still in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially playing Chicago again.
Right.
So, I think it's a much bigger game for Chicago.
Yeah, because Green Bay, I mean, they could lose this one and still potentially be the division winner too. So, I mean, that's
true. Chicago lose the last 2 Green Bay wins. That tie.
The tie helps them, man.
That tie
helps them. Yeah, because it'd be like 11-6 and 11-5-1. So, right. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, Brandon. We're gonna take a break, and we're gonna do an extended version of picks so we can kind of go through these games.
Yeah.
Some of these close games. And just kind of analyze them and such. How about that? So, and then for our last pick segment, we'll just go through the college football. I know we did bowl picks last week, but just kind of as a refresher, maybe a little bit too.
Plus, we can pick FCS.
That's right.
We got the Brawl of the Wild version 2, the hottest ticket in college football this week. On the secondary market, no game earlier this week had a higher cost than the Montana State game.
Really?
Really, above all the the CFP playoff games too.
Nice. Wow, look at that. That's one of the better trophy ones, too. Didn't
it
we
is.
go
It's like the 300-pound one.
Yeah.
Like the bear.
Yeah.
It's got the best name, too, the Brawl of the Wild. Come on.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, so let's dive into it. It's NFL playoff machine. I don't know whoever created this, but this is one of the best things
Thank you,
out there.
ESPN.
Yep, I totally agree. Formulas, math, equations. So we already know one, obviously, result, which I would have gotten wrong. I picked the Rams.
I picked Seattle.
Did you? Nice.
I did.
Nice. So
I've gotten to the point where I've started to pick games where I'm like, you know what, like just trying to make up ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of them. I'm like, you know what, that's not outlandish to think that they could win that game.
You know, I know we've talked about this off and on about quarterbacks in like their third or fourth life, but you know, obviously Baker was kind of that guy, still kind of is, but Sam Darnold, man, I mean,
and look,
again, goes back to organizations.
It does.
And franchises.
And I'm legitimately happy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I liked, I liked him when he was in Minnesota. Like understanding the situation, he found another team that was going to make him the guy,
Mm-hmm.
and he's backed it up. There's a couple clunkers in there, but like that happens. Like
And that's another example of a guy who obviously was a high draft pick with the Jets. Bad situation there. Carolina.
bad situation there.
Goes to San Francisco to be a backup for you. But then remember, like the talk was like, oh, Sam could actually maybe be the starter. And we all kind of like, yeah.
Yep.
Invested a year over there and
Yep.
goes to Minnesota.
Yep.
Boom.
Has a good year and then gets $100 million contract. Good for Sam Darnold.
Smart decisions from Sam,
Yep.
I would say, too.
Yep.
So, all right. Philly at Washington, which we were just talking a little bit off the air. If somehow Washington wins this game, regardless, they would only be like a game ahead of whoever wins between Carolina and Tampa. And as you said, would it be funny if Philly drops down to the 4 seed where then they would have to host either probably the Rams or the Seahawks or maybe 49ers?
Yeah, they would have to
potentially,
host whoever takes second in the NFC West Invitational.
Yeah. So, this case, I am picking Philadelphia.
I'm going
though.
to take Philly. I think it's going to be a little bit like last week against the Raiders, where like they just kind of bludgeon them because they're just much, much better.
Yeah. Let's skip over the Green Bay one, if that's okay with you for right now. No. Jets at Saints.
I am going to go with the Saints.
I am too. I'm going to go with Saints. Although I don't know if they want, fans want that. Do they want the higher pick?
Right.
Buffalo at Cleveland. Buffalo with that. Is it fair to say if you're a Buffalo fan, you're a little nervous? I mean, great comeback, but I mean, can you get into those holes in playoff games?
Right. No, you can't. Great comeback for them. A win they needed.
Yeah.
Desperately. I'm going to go Buffalo here.
Yeah, I'm going to go Buffalo too. Kansas City at the Titans. Gardner Minshew versus
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward.
In a game that does not matter.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Kansas City, though.
Pride.
Even with who they are, they're still better.
Yeah.
And I think Gardner Minshew can do enough with a week, practice to.
Yep. I would
take
agree.
care of
I'm
it.
going to go Cam Ward. Or Cam Ward. I'm going to go
Cam Ward.
I'm going to go Chiefs too. So, Chargers at the Cowboys. Cowboys are 1%. 1%. They're still alive.
Not anymore, they're not. I will take the Chargers.
I'm going to go Chargers too. Should we do your Minnesota one or do you want to hold
We
on?
can.
Okay. Vikings at the Giants.
I'm going to go Minnesota. I said this is kind of the third leg of the low bar to clear for J.J. McCarthy stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And, some different challenges. They're playing outdoors. They're playing a Giants team that's got some pass rushers on it. But
Yeah.
I just think they're not only the better team, they're much better than them. Like, I could see this being a game they get up. Maybe they get forced. I would say they force a couple turnovers, but who knows? Jackson Dart just might take himself out of the game. Who knows? And I say Minnesota wins this one like a 24-13.
I'm going to go Minnesota too. Obviously the Giants coaching opening is probably, a lot of Packers people are paying attention to it because of the Jeff Hafley. You mentioned, the pass rushers. They've got pieces on defense for a defense-minded head coach. But I'd be curious to know, for a head coach, whoever becomes a head coach, Jackson Dart's got talent, but would you be nervous because of his play style in taking that job?
Yeah.
Would you be? You could sit there and say, well, we're going to change it, but can you? Like, does that factor in for some head coaching candidates? Like, hey, okay, cool, Jackson Dart, but if a little bit nervous, can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
Because let's be real. If you don't have a quarterback or you don't have a healthy quarterback, you're going to dig yourself into an immense hole.
Sure are.
And the Giants one, too, if they're not going to move on from their GM, that would always make me nervous as a coach because
He's going to keep his guy.
yeah, and then let's say the GM all of a sudden gets fired halfway through or after one season, you're already going to kind of be like, whoever comes in then as GM, they might want their own guy. I don't know if I like that Giants situation, to be honest with you. If they were looking for a new GM on top of it, I think it's different.
Yes, I agree.
But let's go Tampa at Carolina. Tampa's not playing good right now.
I'm going to go with my beloved Carolina Panthers.
Okay. They're playing with some confidence.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And then they lose to the Saints because of a personal foul penalty.
I am going to go with a very desperate Tampa Bay team for this one. In a upset, you got to use that. If Tampa Bay loses this, it's done this year. I would say.
And Todd Bowles is done.
Yeah. Yep. You just mentioned that, and I forgot about his presser too. Really throwing the players off.
Yep.
If Tampa comes out here and lays an egg, then it's because he has lost the locker room.
Yes.
So.
Yep.
Cincinnati at Miami.
I'm gonna go Bengals. Even though I always wonder about the cold weather team going to play in Miami in December, because it's like you hear so much about like warm weather teams going to play cold. It's legitimately a thing. Like if you hear former players talk about like if you're playing in cold weather and you go to Miami in December, like you're not acclimated playing in like 80 degrees.
Right.
But I'm going to go Cincinnati in this one.
I am going to go with Cincinnati too, but I will say this: I hope Quinn Ewers performs well.
Bengals defense is not good, so there's possibility.
Yep. I hope he performs well. So, Jacksonville at Denver.
I'm going to go with Denver. I think Jacksonville's going to make that a game, but like I think that there's just too much Denver. I mean, that defense I think is going to, bring Trevor Lawrence back down to earth a little bit, but like it's going to be the toughest defense he's faced in a bit.
That watching that game last week, really, Denver's physical.
They're is the best player in the league this year. No one's talking about Zach Allen.
Could be.
I mean, he had about 6 pressures. Like you hear about like Nick Bonino, and rightfully so, and some of those guys that get after the pass rush. But like, whenever you get that interior pressure, that's just such a game changer.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's a good pick. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Denver. It's just. Although, no cheap shots on quarterbacks smashing guys' heads in the turf. You know what I'm talking about, right? Did you see it? Who was the safety from Denver? Like, Jordan Love was on the sideline. He went up and he, pushed Love's.
I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
He got up and he just, shoved Love's head down on the ground. And like a little kid, he looks up at the official to see if he's going to get flagged, and he didn't get flagged. So I'm like, I was thinking of you instantly because then I was going to say, Bountygate. Sean Payton.
How dare you again?
Atlanta at Arizona.
Is this the most irrelevant game of the week?
Probably, yeah.
I'm going to go with Arizona.
Okay.
Trey McBride has 20 catches. Yeah, I'm gonna go Arizona.
I'm gonna go Atlanta. I think Drake London's gonna play, and yeah, I'm gonna go Atlanta. Houston.
Houston will defeat
the
Raiders.
Yeah. All right. Steelers at Lions.
Steelers.
A game that has so much implications in NFC playoff chases.
It sure does. Lots of people not wanting the Lions to win this. No. I'm going to pick the Lions, though. They're at home. They're a little desperate. I don't think they drop this one.
I got to go Lions, too. I think the Lions are the better team. Honestly, if TJ Watt's playing, I don't even know if I'd change my pick. And that's not a knock on TJ Watt. It's just I feel like the Lions are a more talented team than Pittsburgh. So if it's at Pittsburgh, maybe I think about it for a second. But I'm going to go Lions. New England at Baltimore.
I am going to go with the Patriots. I think they bounce back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to go New England, too. I don't know what to make of Baltimore. What version are we going to get?
Right.
I don't know. San Francisco at the Colts. Can Phillip Rivers pick up a win at home?
Not in this one. I'm going to go with 49ers.
I am going to go 49ers as well. So now sets up for Green Bay at Chi-Town. Chicago. I am purposely not looking at your screen because I don't
Okay,
want to
that's why I didn't fill it in either. I've been filling this in as we go. So
Yep. You pick first, man.
I pick first. I am going to pick Green Bay.
Do tell.
I think they find a way to kind of grind it out. I think it's like a 23-20. Brandon McManus hits a field goal with like a minute and a half left, and they get it done.
I like your optimism, man. I like it. I'm nervous. But I think this is going to go 31-30. I'll go Green Bay. I think I've talked myself into it. If Green Bay didn't have all these injuries and this negative stuff, I think they lose this game, actually. But I feel like Green Bay is now like they know their back is against the wall. And I think you mentioned a little bit earlier the underdog card, if you will, or something like that. I think they come out, I think they have to, a little motivated. The thing is, what I'm really curious about, and I think this is what Green Bay's got to do. We all know they got to stop the interior run. That's the thing. But what makes me a little bit nervous is with no Micah, you've got to keep Caleb Williams in that pocket. You have got nobody that can run him down. Maybe like an Edgerrin Cooper and that, but Caleb's already going to have the head start then. Can they do that? I don't know. That's what I'm nervous about. I'm nervous about Caleb running with his legs. Obviously running the football up there. I think Green Bay, you have to, if you get the ball first, this would be the absolute perfect start for Green Bay. If Green Bay gets the ball first, 8-minute drive touchdown. Go out to a 7-0 lead, and you took a bunch of clock time off. And then you hand the ball to your defense, quick 3 and out, you get the ball back. That would be the absolute perfect start to just kind of take some of that energy out of that stadium. Because I feel like Chicago is going to try to come in, and they're going to be like a boxer that just comes in and starts like Rocky III, hitting punches right away. Can you withstand it? Can you counter that a little bit? Because it's just Chicago's going to be amped up. And if you do get into a little bit of trouble right away, can you tread that water, and can you, take those hits and then come back with your own? But I'm picking more with my heart with this one. You think Green Bay can slow down? Do you think Green Bay can slow down that running game, or do you think it's just going to be one of those where
I think
they can? They're going to give them up yards, and
maybe it's kind of a bend but don't break that thing. They get a couple, conclusions to drives when they need it, kind of a thing. Yeah.
How big is the Roma Dunze and Luther Burden 3 loss?
That hurts. I mean, if you're without one of them and you still have DJ Moore and one of those two, and then the 2 tight ends, I think you're still in decent shape. Mm-hmm. But to have them without both,
because they didn't have Rome in the first one, but they had Luther.
This could be a big Zacchaeus game.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's had some games over the years. I think he played for Atlanta before this, where he kind of pops up, like, who's that guy? If they're going to win, he might have to have one of those games.
Can I throw out a bold statement?
No.
And see if you agree or disagree? Because I don't know if Chicago loses this game, Chicago misses the playoffs. Agree or disagree?
Ooh. I could see that. I could definitely see that because you mentioned the
49ers and Lions after that.
Yep.
Bold statement.
It's bold, but it's not too far-fetched. Because one of those 2 games would be would be playing Detroit. They could definitely lose that game, and then the other one's San Francisco.
Because, so it is in Chicago for that final one.
Okay.
That would be
that's true.
If that was in Detroit, I'd feel a lot better about Detroit winning that one. But still.
But with that run game, I just feel like Detroit is a team, even though they don't play outside, they can. The bigger thing there is always going to be Jared Goff.
Yep, I would agree. All right, dude. We'll take a quick break and finish up with our picks coming up after these few words. All right, let's wrap it up here with some more picks. Let's get to the college football world, shall we? We've got a couple games today.
We got a game starting off pretty quick here. We got the Myrtle Beach Bowl, baby.
I wonder if that's going to be on the tube when we go. So-and-so, never. We might have to say, hey. Kennesaw State versus Western Michigan.
Yes.
Then Memphis and NC State. And then tonight, Alabama at Oklahoma. That feels like a Keith Jackson type of game. Alabama at Oklahoma.
Nelly.
So I know we already made our picks for these.
And that's what I'm trying to go back and look at just so But I have not done very well on my picks so far. So.
Who's leading? I haven't checked.
I think it is neither of us.
Dang it.
So, but yeah, I went Kennesaw State for the Myrtle Beach Bowl. I went Memphis for the Gasparilla Bowl, and I went Oklahoma for the CFP playoff game tonight.
I know I went with Alabama over Oklahoma. So, then Saturday we got Miami. I'm not changing any of mine.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm just getting I'm just getting refreshed. I went Texas A&M over Miami. I went Ole Miss over Tulane. I went Oregon over James Madison.
We were the same with that, and then that's kind of it. For the
I also went with Utah State over Washington State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. That's Monday.
On Monday.
That's Monday.
You just wanted to throw that one in there.
I sure did.
Before we go. And then Tuesday we can rehash them again.
We sure can.
At Festivus.
Yes. It's going to be honestly, with what we've got coming up, I don't speak in hyperbole much. This could be the best Festivus ever.
Oh, boy, you're setting the bar incredibly high.
I am, but think of what we got coming up. Because we're going to be there. The airing of grievance is always good. Obviously, we've got the showdown.
Yep. Well, again, Surveyor and C-Bomb, you're slacking and giving me. This is your last chance if you want a walk-up song. Come on. Two. Don't be party poopers with this thing.
Do not poop on the party. No. Also, you brought this up off air, but I feel like I can bring it up. We're going to be doing a draft.
Yes.
We're going to be doing our Christmas draft.
Yep.
We're like we did for Thanksgiving, but instead of the meal and stuff, we're doing the whole thing again.
That means we're going to have to do rock, paper, scissors in front of a bunch of people, and I might get you're in my head right now with it. You're stuck in my head with that.
And
I might have to Google strategies.
Rock, paper, scissors. Try to get in this head. But for the Christmas draft, we've talked about it's going to have a movie.
Yep.
So a Christmas movie.
Yep.
A meal, which I needed some clarification on because
Just pick up a bit, like turkey dinner with mashed potatoes and
or
coleslaw, whatever.
An activity, open-ended.
Yep.
A Christmas song.
Yep.
2 decorations.
Yep.
And a wild card.
Yep. You got to throw decorations in there if it's Christmas.
You have to. Yeah, that's
Yep.
Now, when you say decoration, you just mean is tree a decoration?
Yeah.
That, but that can count. You can just say tree.
Tree. Or you could do tree. You could do the outside yard,
okay.
Blow ups and all that sort of stuff. And
because after Thanksgiving, I feel like you were going to try
twinkling lights.
Okay. Non-twinkling lights. So.
Hey, there's a difference. Do you like twinkling lights or do you not like, especially the ones that twinkle to music?
Like the ones that have Trans-Siberian Orchestra, like dun, 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 dun,
no,
dun, dun.
like when we were in the 90s, like I still got a strand. Like when we were kids, it's like the little speaker, dun, 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 dun. It's like a really bad recording, but it still works, and then the lights kind of follow with it.
Yeah.
So.
But we're going to do that live.
Yep. Remember the old Santa Claus, and Mrs. just kind of moves back and forth like this, and I got those too. So, yeah. Kind of leaving it a little bit more open-ended so we can debate about it.
Very open-ended.
So, yeah. A little more fun. That way it sparks an airing of more grievances.
So we're going to do this before we air grievances in case one of us has to add the other to the list.
Yep, exactly.
Fair?
So, I think it is fair. It's absolutely fair. So, should be a lot of fun. But I know Donna did email me, wanted to know how many people are participating in the feats of strength. Told her the time. So hopefully they got it insanely hot for those two.
Good.
Yep.
Good.
Yep. So again, don't be party poopers and give me your walk-up songs. You
come on. You're having the opportunity to do this. Yeah. Take advantage of it.
Right.
I don't even get music.
What would be your walk-up song if you were doing this?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Because obviously
I probably would go HBK.
I'd have to think because I would definitely go like non-traditional off the beaten path because I'm just a dork like that.
Maybe I should tell them they have to come up with a WWE one.
There we go.
Narrow it down for them so
there
they
we go.
can.
So yeah.
I don't even know what they're. I think I found out this morning. C-Bomb was listening to a completely different program. So. Yeah.
Just for that, you're getting called Chad.
Yep. Chad. Chadathan. His full name.
Chad Arias.
Chad Arias. All right, shot clock's right there. Have a good weekend. Hopefully, we'll be here for a Victory Monday. Hopefully, it'll be better than this past Monday because that was rough. So, have a fantastic weekend. We'll be here Monday morning, 6 a.m. Same place, same time. Talk to you then.